consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda as presented. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay, moving right along, the next thing on our agenda would be the development standards and regulations update. And for today, we'll just say on DSR 1, we will have a work session with planning and zoning and the county commissioners again scheduled for February 25th from 1 to 4 in the alternate EOC, hopefully reviewing chapters 1 and 2. For DSR Amendment 2, open houses are going to be continued. We had about 170 people attend the first round of the open houses in Cody and Powell and would like a little more input on, this is on maybe lot sizes and uses. So we have a list of times and places. Of course, today's might be a little iffy, but the first one is February 18th from 6 to 8 at Wapiti School for the North Fork. On Thursday, February 20th, 11:30 to 1:30, Meeteetse Conservation District office. On Monday, February 24th, 6 to 8 p.m., the South Fork Fire Hall. On Wednesday, February 26th, 4 to 6 p.m., the Grizzly Room at the Cody Library. On Thursday, February 27th, 4 to 6 p.m. at the Homesteader Meeting Room at the Powell Fairgrounds. And the last one, Monday, March 3rd, 10 to 2 at the Clark Pioneer Recreation Center. Following those meetings, the consultant will compile all information received from all these open houses. Then we will get the areas back together by planning area and go over what has come in and see if they understood everything that the public is wanting to do in those areas. Then we'll move forward from there. Any other update on the regulations that I missed? Okay, thank you. So we're a couple minutes ahead, but Cody Conservation District, if they'd like to come in, that'd be great. Morning. You're fine. Yep. Good morning. Okay, so the next thing on our agenda is the annual program update from the Cody Conservation District.
Does everybody have a copy of the memo?
We do.
Okay.
Mhm. It's on our screen.
Okay,
Russ,
go.
do you want to just identify yourselves
Oh,
for the
I'm sorry.
record, please, for the
Um,
crowd? Yeah, sorry.
Good morning, Commissioner, or Chairman. I'm Russ Dwyer, the Chairman of the Cody Conservation District. This is Carmen McIntyre, one of our other supervisors. The other three are out of town or recovering from a heart attack. So,
Oh, geez. Okay.
we gave him a pass. He didn't have to come in. So update, we're, as you can see, we're working on a shared position with NRCS to add another employee to the staff. If you have any questions about that, but that's where the request for some annual funding comes in for $22,000 a year for the cost share with NRCS. We were told to plow ahead, even though the current climate in the government, they said there's still a good chance with the reduction of with the reductions on their side, they'll be able to help people. So we're going to keep moving forward until we're told that it's not possible.
Okay, and just for, I guess, the public's information, what is this position going to be doing for you?
This position would be assisting us and the NRCS with putting projects on the ground. They'd help with the people who live in our conservation district with design and engineering design and working through the paperwork that NRCS requires to put pivots on the ground or different practices on the ground. They would also, I think initially it wouldn't be, but work them to be able to certify the practices. So somebody from Powell wouldn't have to come over to actually go out and check that the practices were done correctly. They would be able to go out and sign off on so funding would be end up being faster to the people because they wouldn't have to wait on. I mean, NRCS is pretty good about it anyway, but it broadens the scale of who can do it.
Okay.
So the downside is the concept, reason NRCS is willing to do that is their goal is to hire that person at the end of the 5-year agreement. So we just have to make sure that they enjoy working for us and not want to go be a federal employee. So,
There you go.
we're also working on pursuing funding for updates to the Park County Community Wildfire Protection Plan, and working with Carmen's working with the local fire districts and other partners to get that to fruition. Goal there again is to build projects out of it to increase the funding brought into the county for stuff. Similar to what, like fire mitigation stuff to, like the Firewise stuff, that kind of stuff. The intern the commissioners funded last year, she's now our conservation program specialist. Olivia, she is under the weather, so I told her to stay. Don't spread it, don't share that kind of stuff. But she's doing she's concentrating mostly on outreach and education. She does a K-5 art and info class, and is working with Livingston on some planting gardening stuff. She's also running the tree program for us this year.
Okay.
So, which is, I would say, moderately successful. It's paying for itself. So that's, at this point, we'll call that a success.
Sure.
We recently, to replace Carmen, because as next thing is she was hired by the Wyoming Association of Conservation Districts to be the statewide watershed coordinator. So she took out stolen. I had stolen. The irony is I sit on the hiring board that hired her for that job.
Good.
So, anyway. But we recently hired Gabriel Fancher of Cody. He left the Sublette County Conservation District because he married a Cody girl and moved to Cody, and wanted to get back into the conservation districts. And we advertised the job. He applied, and he will be starting the 24th of February. We also plan on asking the district for actual financial support for 1 mill levy in August of 25 via mail out ballot, and we attached the requisite proposition to here with 3 signatures. Again, the other 2 people were out of town, but it's a unanimous thing, and we understand we will have to pay for the ballot. I got to get back with Hans and find out what the approximation is. We're 99% sure we got the money already, so we've been saving our little $8,000 that we get of state money to spend wherever we choose to do that annually. And final thing is, in addition, if we can get a 4x4 5-passenger vehicle, if you guys have one laying around, if not, I mean, if one comes available, if you can consider us, it would be greatly aided, because even though Carmen has a 4-wheel drive and I have a 4-wheel drive, Olivia, who does stuff on her own, has a Kia, and it's not 4-wheel drive. And so getting up some of the roads she needs to get up, or some of the places we need to get to do water testing, it can be problematic without gaining assistance from somebody else. So are there any questions?
I don't think there's any questions on the vehicle thing. We can sure keep an eye out if there's a trade-in or something that somebody needs to move up. We'll keep an eye out.
And we are
see what we have.
pursuing other things. I know there's some the USDA can loan us a vehicle, but there's a lot of constraints to that. I mean, the conservation district can go in it, but we could not. Nobody else. We can't just take a landowner and drive to the other side of their property. They can't. So it just, there's a lot more rules, I guess, a lot less latitude for us to be able to use it. So.
Okay. Talking about your election a little bit, would you update everybody on conservation districts around the state? Do most of them collect a mill or two?
All but two have either county commissioner funding or mill levy funding.
Okay.
And that the two that don't are Cody Conservation District and the Powell Clark's Fork Conservation District.
Okay. You talked about maybe having the money for the election itself or the, what about for advertising ahead of time?
We can pay for the legally required advertising, you know, what's the things in there, but we cannot use state or local, we can't use any governmental funds to advertise the mill levy for or against it. We can do, and we've done a mail out where when we told everybody what the purpose of the mill levy was, and we could do some informational stuff, informational advertising, and we have talked about that, but we have to be really careful not to, it just to be factual. This is what this would be used for, not pro or against. I mean, and that's something
Educational. Okay.
yeah, we've been really intentional on not getting close to that line.
Okay.
So
the only other thing I think that when we talk about the cost of the election, understood what you were talking about with paying for the ballots and the mail out. Are the expectations then that the county would be providing the judges as far as election judges and canvassing that election?
the county has to do it. They can or can't charge us. I mean, that would be your option. But we can't be involved in the counting canvassing or any of that. That has to be done by the appropriate people in the county. Whether that costs us or not is be at you all's discretion.
Okay.
So, and we understand that there is cost to it, but
Okay. When you're having your conversations with Hans about the ballot and the mail out thing, we might want to get that cost or what we propose that cost to be too, so we can make a decision as we move forward.
okay.
Okay.
Madam Chair, do you have any idea what that might be, Hans or Colleen? Looked like you wanted to say something.
So, Madam Chairman, thank you. Appreciate the update from Russ and the director here too. Just so Katie and I have had some cursory conversations with Attorney Skoric. We have not gone over this in detail yet, but in Wyoming statute 1116-134, little b, the proposition to impose a tax under this act shall be at the expense of the county and may be submitted to the voters of the county upon receipt by the Board of County Commissioners of a petition requesting the election, which is what Mr. Dwyer has given to you today, is his petition, which probably is then puts it into the commission's hands as to whether or not you want to, or giving permission or directing our office to submit to the voters of the county the election proposition. So the expense of the entire mail ballot election shall be at our expense, at the county's expense. So we don't have any, as we read it and in our cursory discussions with Attorney Skork is we don't have any other option but to pay for the election ourselves. The second page there is a spreadsheet, and these are pretty rough numbers. But we do know that we do have 10,756 voters in the Cody Conservation District. And then we do know what the postage will be. We do know approximately how many envelopes we would need. And we do know what the cost of the ballot itself at 26 cents a piece would be. The election staff hours and the judges' hours, those are rough numbers, you know, as to whether or not how many hours we would have into it. And so the contingent and then advertising, and then a little bit in there for contingency costs, about $23,000 for this election, approximately. Our office has a capacity to do this election in August. We don't have other elections going on this year. So we have the capacity to do that. We just have to ramp up and conduct an election in an off year. And Katie, you have anything else? Obviously, if you put this initiative on a regular ballot, say the August primary or the general election of 26, that cost decreases dramatically in that the cost is spread over an entire ballot with other questions, other races, things of that nature. We're already in the throes of doing that election. But in the end, we can do this election. Again, we just have to ramp up to do that. So with that, Madam Chairman, I stand for any questions you might have or with the.
I have kind of an election question, I guess. If we were to do this as not a mail out, but just a normal election, I'm just, you know, I don't know if you have to set up all polling places or if you can have the polling place be the courthouse, or is there any options to just do it that way without having that mail out cost?
Madam Chairman, yeah, we could do that, and we could combine polling locations probably down to 1 or 2 locations. You know, getting 10,000 people into a single location would be a challenge. So I think that we would probably want to open at least 2, if not 3. I don't know. We really have not considered that. So that would be a challenge, because then we're going to have a lot more judges. Mm-hmm. And yeah, we would have to consider that, and that would be a much more considerable ramp up than doing a mail ballot.
I was just looking at dollars. I
Yeah.
mean, if we have to, have
I think the dollars would actually be more.
Okay. All right. That's my question.
Just a cursory thought.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I guess my question is for Mr. Dwyer. Is there an urgency to doing it now as opposed to waiting and having it in the 26th election? I guess that's the part I'm kind of wondering about.
Well, if you're, and I'm not meaning this to be snide, but in current climate, we exist on a NACD grant that is done from USDA, NRCS to the National Association of Conservation Districts, where we get funding for our employees. So it's done on a grant. And they've been canceling a whole lot of stuff. And in the 23 cycle, they really pushed us to come up with DEI language for the district, which we balked at. The best I could come up and the best I would support is quoting the Wyoming Constitution on the equality, that everybody will be treated equally. That's the best I could come up with mentally. And so that's what we submitted. And my concern is not necessarily the fact that what we submitted, but the way the grant was pushed out. And I'm concerned they're going to pull it back, pull all of it back. And that leaves us hanging with an employee that we would have to terminate and basically go back to just supervisors being in the office on occasion. We do have some money to keep going. We could make it through the August date if they do pull funding before we have to do anything drastic, because we're pretty tight for budgeting. So that's sort of one of our things. The other thing is I would really like to be on a ballot where it's that, because every time we tend to get on a ballot, we get on with 4 other tax items, and it's not, and I mean, Cody is Cody, and you put 4 tax items on and every one of them is going to get voted down. So those were some of our thoughts. I'd like to be an up or down on just this to see if the constituency is willing to support us. And the mail, and Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I will have to get you the statute, but there is there's a condition in the statute that if there is not a ballot, not a standard election, that the district has to pay for it. And that's what WACD told us.
Okay, if you
So-
would like to work with that with the,
Madam Chairman, I'm not aware of that, and I've looked at that, and Mr. Dwyer and I had that conversation, and I was hoping to get that prior to this meeting, so that we could look into that. I think that, you know, that might be a helpful factor for you making a decision, if you want to go through with making a decision today, or if you want to push it back. We have time. If you're not comfortable making a decision today on this, we have time. If we do this in August, we would need about 2.5, 3 months probably ahead of time. So probably 3 to 4 would be great, but which I would assume you would be able to make a decision in that amount of time. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
thank you. I'm not sure I was expecting any kind of a decision today, since a lot of this has to do with budget, and we're a little uncertain as to where things are going with our budget at this point. So, and we do have time.
Right. And
You know.
I mean, we have to, our hack time is let you guys know 110 days prior. And that's,
Yeah.
we figured we're way in advance of
Okay.
that. And we figured in advance is far better than 111 days. So,
No, appreciate
and I will
that.
get with Hans on that, and I'll
Okay.
get with you on the copy of the section of the statute, because that was one we're discussing it with WACD and Board of Ag, and that they said, make sure you understand that if you're asking for this off cycle, you're paying for it.
Okay,
So,
okay. Yeah, if you get with Hans and help sort that out, but
Madam Chair, just a question to Hans. As far as the 10,000 number, and that's from our last general election, and those are the registered voters that actually voted.
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Mangold, that is an actual number as of last week in registered voters in the Cody Conservation District. We can look at WyoReg, and we can sort by conservation district. We need to know how many voters are in each one of our special districts, and so that is an actual number of voters.
As far as maybe Colleen would know about mail-in voting for this, has this been done recently?
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Mangold, that yes, there's a number of counties around the state that do off-year elections for different special districts. I know Sheridan County, for example, does a fire district over there. I think they have one fire district for their entire county, and they do a mail ballot election in an off year for that. I'm not exactly sure why they don't get them on a regular ballot schedule, but that would make more sense to me if you're doing an election. And if you don't mind, Madam Chairman, I'd like to just go back to the previous question about opening polling locations, just a anecdotal thought. If you open polling locations for a single ballot measure like this, I think your turnout would be extraordinarily poor. I don't know that you would get a true representation of the electorate for a single ballot or a single measure on a single ballot in August in an off year. We had in August of 2022, we had about 8,000 voters show up is all for the primary election. And that's with all the statewides on it and everything. So that's a pretty low number when we had about 15,000 voters on the roll at that time.
Madam Chair, as far as the security of a mail-in ballot, I suppose you have to go through some extra steps.
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Mangold, yes, we would send out ballots for this election as we would any absentee ballot. The only caveat to that would be that landowners are voters in this situation where if we had an absentee owner that lives in Arizona, finds out about this, and they're renting their property to you, and it's within the Cody Conservation District, then they would have to fill out an affidavit that says, I in fact am the owner of this property and qualify as a landowner elector. So we have electors and we have landowner electors essentially.
So as a landowner, but you have an 18-year-old who voted at the last election, they wouldn't be voting on this. It would be just the landowner, or it would be everybody in the household.
So, Madam Chairman, Commissioner Mangold, no, every elector, which is every voter within the conservation district who is registered, would get a ballot. And then you have landowner electors that they could live in Powell, but own property here and rent it. And then if they file an affidavit with us that says, I qualify and this is how I qualify, then they would be eligible for a ballot themselves as well.
Thank you. Any other questions on this right now?
Madam Chair, I have one just clarifying question. So to me, when I read this letter, there's two asks in it. The first one is for the
22,000.
the 22,000 for the 5 years, and the second is for the mail-in ballot. Is
And the
that,
third one is for the vehicle.
That's true.
I'm not, are,
Yeah.
just to clarify, are we doing any of this today, or was this just informational?
Well, I don't know that we have a vehicle available, so we'll have to put that off. And the election apparently still has a few questions, and we don't have to answer that immediately. The 22,000, I'm not sure where we would get that from in our budget if we were to make that decision right now.
And
So,
Madam Chair, it's still a work in progress. So we don't need an answer today. We're not asking for an answer today. We would like to be considered in the budget.
Okay.
Because as we move forward, as we get closer, and the flip side of that is if we do in August get approved and in June, you guys put us in the budget, then at that point, the 22,000 could be returned to the county for uses they see fit, because we would have our own funding and it wouldn't be appropriate for us to take. It wouldn't be.
there would
Yeah.
probably be at least a year layover there before it would, even if the mill did pass, it's gonna take a year before you're collecting enough, but yeah. So we can look at that in this year's budget if we have time to do that then. Okay. Any other questions? Thank you. We appreciate the update. Carmen? Don't be going too far away. We appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, the next thing on our agenda, running just a little bit behind. We have interview for Park County Predator Management Board, Alan Rosenbaum. Alan would like to come up front. That'd be great. Morning.
Morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. How are y'all doing today?
Good, thanks.
I'm gonna get grilled here, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure.
All right.
So the first thing we'd like you to do is tell us a little bit about yourself and why you are interested in being on the Predator Board.
Well, I've been in the ag industry for over 30 years, both managing ranches and owning Cody feed business. So I'm in connection with a lot of agricultural producers. I've served on the Weed and Pest Board in Jackson for 10 years and the Shawnee Rec District for 14 years. I like to give back to the community in some kind of service. So after taking a small break, I figured it's time to step forward. And it's an interest of mine dealing with livestock and predators or animals and wildlife. It's always been a portion of my life, you know. So I put my name in the hat. There you go.
Appreciate it. Well, my first question is usually a little bit about board work, but I know you've had a lot of history with board work, even here in the area, so we won't go there. Mr. Mangold?
I thought Helen did all the work over at Cody Feed.
She does all the PR work.
Okay.
See, I'm the grunt in the business, so you just put the physical stuff in front of me and that'll take care of it.
As a board, where does the money come in from? Does that come in through the state or does it come in nationally or where's the funding come from?
Madam Chair. The Predator Board is currently funded through a combination of brand inspections through livestock board. $1 for every brand inspection goes to that and predator districts within the state after they take their administrative fee out. Many years back, I'm going to say 20 years, probably, the state started kicking some funding in through the ADMB, the Animal Damage Management. Anyway, a lump sum that is divided up between all the counties or predator board districts. That funding came with strings attached. Prior to the state kicking in, it was totally funded by livestock owners. Now the state kicks money in, so now that's why Alan's here today. We have a requirement that two sportsmen and one at large be appointed by the commissioners. The other livestock people are appointed within the predator board itself. So that's where the funding comes. Some counties kick in. Park County has in the past, but it has been literally 20 years probably since the Park County has had to help. I've been on the board as a member, as a liaison now. I know the funding is very tight at times, but they managed to do it without asking the local taxpayers. So in a nutshell, yes, the county does not put in out of our budget.
I'm just learning.
Me too.
Well, me too. I mean, I looked at the budget on the website, for the Animal Damage Board. And, it looks to me like it's just a one-term or a one-time distribution. And I'm assuming that goes to the Wildlife Services for the State Department. And I've dealt with Wildlife Services as a ranch manager when we had wolf depredations on our cattle and ranches. So I'm familiar with that process and where, who does what, in terms of the money distribution and then services.
And we
So,
still deal with coyotes too.
Mhm. Yeah, I don't know what the exact list is of predators, but coyotes and, there's others listed on it too.
Okay. I'm learning.
Okay. So Alan, just thank you for applying. And then what strengths, it sounds like you've got the experience, and what other strengths do you think you bring to the board?
Well, I think as a board member, my strength is that I go and to participate on a board, I will sit and listen and learn the processes of boards because each board has a different mission. And I will assimilate all that information and then starting, over time to provide my input. As Madam Chair is familiar, I did that a lot with the recreation boards and then with the weed and pest boards too. So I think that's one of my strengths is I like to, put together all of that information of what our purpose is before I start talking about what we should do. So.
Good.
Commissioner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Alan, thank you for applying. Just for the record, you do have a current fishing or hunting license
Yep,
and
lifetime. I have a
We'll get one.
lifetime.
That is a
Conference
requirement. I
Yep.
don't know if you knew that.
fishing, no, I did not know that, but I have a lifetime
The other,
conservation and fishing.
you're, if you are selected, you need to represent the, well, your opinion is important, but sportsman.
Mhm.
Part of the requirement from the state is, and we've waived parts of this in the past, you can't be an animal lover or owner. Your cattle are not your main income. I can
No.
pretty much guarantee you that, because
Sure.
they're not mine either.
No,
It's not commissioner either. So I just want that for the record. There's criterias that for the sportsman that the cattle that he runs and the livestock, and finding somebody in Wyoming and Park County especially that doesn't have animals is almost next to impossible. So, but do you have any the expectations from being on the board? I mean, we've had people apply that think they're actually going to go out and shoot wolves.
no. No, I don't have any expectations. Like I said, to Commissioner Kelly's question, my role is to get on or to be a member of the board and learn what its mission is. I have no up or down, pro, con. I'm
Agenda.
a management person.
Okay.
And I think that that's part of what predator management is. It's either you have to be in the middle of the road. You have to be willing to say, yes, there's some things that need to be addressed, and there's other times when you have to be a more conservative
Right.
type of.
Yeah, because there are some
mission.
sheep people on the board.
There are some sheep
Sheep.
people. Well, we'll handle that situation.
Thank you for applying.
Yeah.
Commissioner?
I'm just glad you clarified that you can't go shoot wolves, because I was gonna apply if that's it. No, I appreciate you applying, and I think my question has been answered.
I will say that I did serve for, I don't know, a dozen or so years with Alan on the Shoshone Rec Board. And it's exactly what he said. He was pretty quiet to begin with until we all know what the situations are, and then you start moving forward. But as a board member, he was very good. So,
Thank you, Commissioner.
oh, if there's any other questions? Do you have any questions for us?
I don't believe so, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, we have how many openings? Just the
I
one?
think just the one, yeah. And we have
Two, I think there were two applicants.
2 interviews.
We expect a decision by the end of the day, though.
Yeah.
Alan, we'll probably let you know by the end of the day. We have more interviews.
Thank you.
Thank you. You've got about 10 minutes or so, commissioners.
So, Madam Chair, this opening
Thank you. We're going to stray from our agenda just a hair. Mr. Ivanoff isn't here yet, so we're going to go ahead and interview Stephen Elias for the Park County Travel Council Board.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you for applying. First off, if you just tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in the Park County Travel Council Board.
Absolutely. So I've had a career ranging about 20 years now in technology, marketing, and so forth. So I've come to the board with kind of some unique experience in terms of the fact that for about 50% of that career I've spent in marketing, destination marketing for large venues, destinations, things like that. So from a business operations standpoint, or from actually the marketing, design, development, and technology stand-up of websites for City of Miami, or Miami City and Beaches, New York City, Palm Springs, did the websites and all of, from a technology and front end, back end standpoint for the PGA players, Tournament Players Club, which is all of the golf courses that the PGA owns. So I've got a long history of that. I mean, the number of sites and cities and areas that I've helped market are pretty endless. Hilton Head Beach, South Carolina. I mean, I could kind of keep going. So, but then my career shifted from that standpoint. From the technology side, I've gotten very heavy into startup technologies. And so I come to the board looking at Cody, additionally from the entrepreneur, from the business development and, that side of things, and economic development side of things. And I think tourism is such an interesting foot in the door for all of those, because, it's a foot in the door to bring new visitors, to bring travelers, things like that, but it's also the gateway to economic development. And having had the operational side of the destination marketing side of things, I know what the budgets are. I know, managing money, where the money gets lost, things like that. But from a technology standpoint, from a storytelling standpoint, I know the other side of the spectrum very well. So my career has additionally led me to be the co-founder or executive level for a few technology startups from California. Had a company that was acquired by some investors in New York City and Charlotte, North Carolina. What we did was for about 10 years, my company that I helped found, I was a partner of, we marketed for entrepreneurs, raised over $150 million for about 200 different startups. These were, consumer product companies, some documentaries from some very famous people that people in this room would recognize. But we raised that money through crowdfunding. And so we built a technology that would help market and streamline that process to get founders, entrepreneurs comfortable with raising money, going from soup to nuts, starting your company all the way through to actually delivering your product. And so we developed a technology that became useful to help with logistics, sourcing products, marketing, you name it, everything that's involved in that process. And it was acquired by some investors. So I spent the past few years in North Carolina, kind of seeing that project through. I'm also a co-founder of algae biofuel reactor company out of California. I help with the marketing, also one of the co-founders. And then lastly, currently chief product officer and one of the co-founders of an agentive AI, artificial intelligence company that has just received funding out of California. I'm one of the co-founders. I helped with all the product design, the marketing, that sort of stuff. So I come, I again, to summarize, just having a very different approach to marketing from, again, the economic development standpoint, the tourism standpoint. And I love Cody. My wife and I have been living here for just about a year now. And, certainly was not on my radar to step into a role like this or even approach a role like this. But it just feels like I'm at a point in my career where, there's an opportunity to give back and help a community like this flourish. I met a lot of great people here, and want to continue to see it grow. So.
Thank you. We talked about a lot, pretty intense business things. What about volunteer boards? Have you served on other boards?
Well, I've served on boards from a business standpoint. Currently do serve on some boards from an advisory standpoint. So those are, compensated in terms of equity, not necessarily volunteer. I have done some volunteer work, a lot of Christianity and faith-based type projects out of California and Texas. Just, whenever I can fit my time in. Served as an HOA president. I mean, it's nothing particular specific to a board like this for a community, but certainly have had my share of volunteer work.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner?
Thanks for applying. You've moved a lot of product for travel council. It's heads on beds. Would you say that like Park County would be the product that you'd be trying to push, or how does that work as far as tourism coming in?
Sure. So heads on beds is an interesting thing. So one of the agencies that I was a part of through the 2000s into the early 2000s or 2010s, and then my current business partner, who is now served as a co-founder with me at two of my companies, we were the agency of record for Hotel Tonight and for StubHub. So both of those companies obviously kind of run the spectrum of, what do you do when you get there? Where do you stay when you get there? And so have a lot of experience for, the beds and heads approach. I think, so all that I'm very comfortable with, very happy to advise, I think there's a lot of advice I could certainly help give to that side of the equation. But Park County and the way I currently see, this area marketed is interesting to me from the standpoint that, yes, the product is the destination, heads and beds, local businesses, restaurants, et cetera. But I see a different approach that I think is not currently being looked at. And again, I'm certainly not, haven't lived here for 40, plus years. And so I can't, say what has been thought of and what's failed, but I can see where, the trajectory currently is. And I see Cody as a very interesting place where, when we first arrived here, my wife and I've come to Wyoming, over the years, just growing up. That's why we wanted to choose this as a destination to live permanently. But a place like Cody, coming here and seeing the opportunity that is just wide open spaces. And I kind of feel that way about the whole state, but specifically about Wyoming. And then you look back into the history of the area, and I think someone like, Bill Cody, his approach at that time, we look back as a historical figure. I think he was trying to, he was an entrepreneur of his day. He was trying to build something. He was trying to bring people here. And I think Cody, the growth here has been stunted because it's kind of like this looking back and the way it was, as opposed to what could be. At one point, the reservoir dam was one of the biggest in the world. And so, technological feats like that are now kind of this historical reference point. And so I think there's a lot of interesting things that could be done, from a marketing standpoint to kind of tell that story and tell the story of the people who live here now and really build up that aspect of just kind of beyond just the beds and heads approach. So thanks.
Okay. So the Park County Travel Council is funded through taxpayer dollars, obviously. And so with that, it's subject to public scrutiny. And so a lot of interest in that group. What I would like to know is just how you handle conflict or dissenting views, people that may not approve of how the money is being spent or have a disagreement about that. How would you handle that?
I wish my wife was actually here to hear that question. For the past, several years, I've had, I guess you could say, very interesting career set of experiences, and from being a startup founder, dealing with boards, dealing with investors, from being someone who is not only developing a product and wanting it to see it come to life. So it's very nuanced. It's yours. You want to own it. You want to create. But being from the other aspect as well, having investors, having boards come in and tell you your idea is horrible, or it's never going to work, or it's going to cost too much money, all the way to being an advisor in other companies where I have to be the one interjecting and kind of So I think from a conflict standpoint, I handle it very well. That's why I was joking that my wife would be here, because just the stories I could tell just from difficult investors, difficult board members, things like that. I think I handle conflict extremely well, but just how I approach it with others, what you see is what you get in front of this. This is my demeanor. This is how whether it's a difficult situation or not. So from a scrutiny standpoint, handling money, I have managed the budget, all the employees for a company that had 4.3 million in seed money, all the way through acquisition and then beyond that. Currently, our agentive AI company, we have a budget of 20 million. And I advise on several companies where I'm providing the pro forma, I'm providing the kind of the go-to-market strategy. So numbers, accounting, all that is where I actually thrive, from the standpoint that I like to do the fun stuff. I like to market. I like to help, kind of tell the story. But the other side of the equation is actually where I thrive. So.
Okay, thank you.
Stephen,
Yes, sir.
thank you, obviously, for applying a very impressive resume that you attached here. My question is going to be kind of revenue related. As Commissioner Simone mentioned, it is tax rate, but correct me if I'm wrong, majority of the travel council is funded by a lodging tax. Do you have any other, would you agree with that? And or do you have any other ideas for possible revenue increases? Because this marketing costs money, right? So how do you propose to do that? And any other ideas of revenue?
Sure. So I think there's 2 points to that. And one is kind of the cost saving side of things, knowing very integrally, and intimately what it takes to market a product, from whether we're talking about a website, a destination, an individual, a story, whatever that is, from traditional marketing to digital marketing. There are so many ways that money leaks and gets funneled into certain side projects, and knowing how that money is spent, who's spending it wisely, why is it being spent there, what are the analytics that have led to the decision to be able to make that spend, and this is all digital and data and all this is all stuff that can be tracked and analyzed and things like that. So I think there's a lot of areas where a place like Cody, a destination that is very palatable, very interesting to outside marketers, agencies, et cetera, coming in and seeing that this is a desirable place to market. This is not just, some small town in, Nevada or something like that. This is a place that, people know from one end of the country to the next, maybe even worldwide. And so from that standpoint, this is a feather in the cap of a lot of marketing agencies who are going to overcharge and overspend on things that they shouldn't. So knowing that side of the equation, I think there's a lot of ways to save money. The other side of I think that, economic development is hugely important. Again, I wouldn't necessarily want to come in here and make a bold statement of like, I'm gonna, I propose we, go after this type of revenue. I think there's a lot of low-hanging fruit though, from an economic development standpoint. I mean, just when my wife and I first moved here, we had the opportunity to move our entire staff from Silicon Valley, from Texas, from all over the place. And the first question we had for them is, would you want to move to Wyoming? And the answer was absolutely. And, because of the cost of living and things like that. Next, how can they expand their career once they're here? And, we obviously want to build an environment and a company for them where they don't want to seek outside, but also we don't want them to move away once they are here. I've lived in places like Corpus Christi, Texas, which are, gorgeous coastal communities, but the brain drain, as they call it, is just immensely ridiculous in terms of, you have a lot of people who come there for college or come there for some sort of career opportunity. And the minute that career or opportunity is gone, they leave as well. And it's not because it's not a beautiful place to live. It's because there's no other opportunities that suit them. And so, the beds and heads approach and that sort of revenue stream is, pigeonholing yourself into, what do we do when it's off season? What do we do when it's the height of season, but we don't have enough hotels or, that kind of thing. So I think, working across the board to help develop other economic incentives for the area are going to be just as important as developing, the tourism and that approach. So.
Just to follow up, are you familiar with Forward Cody? If you're not, you need to be.
I am just in the
Sure.
amount of research I did for this opportunity. Yes, but I unfortunately to say I don't know any of the people or what any of their mandates are or anything like that. So.
Commissioner?
No, I appreciate you applying, but I think I don't have any.
Any other questions come to mind? Do you have any questions for us?
No, I think, yeah, I mean, this is a wonderful town. Certainly hope that, yeah, I think this is regardless of this opportunity and whether my wife and I, our company, we will begin to expand and flourish here, and as long as we, as long as it's possible. So you guys have done a great job with the area, I think. And yeah, looking forward to speaking with you guys, not just necessarily from a job interview or for even being on the board, but just meeting you in the community and relating with you outside. So
Appreciate it.
appreciate
Thank you.
it. Thank you so much.
All right.
All right.
Hopefully we'll be able to make some decisions this afternoon.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jake's out there, or he was.
Yeah, he's there.
How many spots are open on?
One on the travel council, 2 on the creditor board.
Okay. Yeah, his resume looks better than mine.
No.
Hello.
This is different than the last time. This is a little more. How was everybody?
Good. Okay. Park County Travel Council Board,
Yes.
tell us a little bit about yourself
I'm-
and why you're interested in the Travel Council Board.
My name is Jake Ivanoff. Born and raised here in Cody. Went to school at University of Wyoming. I own 307 Real Estate here in town. Started on my own in about 2010. I think we built it to a pretty good, solid company. We have about 32 agents spanning from here. We have an office in Powell, and we have an office in Sheridan as well. I also have ownership in the Scout Inn, where we bought, I believe, in 2021 of May of 2021, kind of during COVID. And then I also own the Blanca. With that project, I think we've changed that property significantly for the better of downtown. We put a lot of our hard-earned money into it. We obviously got loans, but we had to come up with the money and the down, and a lot of we've completely remodeled everything from front to back, and a lot of that me and my business partner did by ourselves, ripping out carpet and putting in flooring, and We've just put a lot of hard work into downtown Cody with that property. I'd say being a part of that project has inspired me to want to be on Park County Travel. Going through the summer of the floods was a real big awakening, and I realized that if one misguided ad or one misguided headline will shut us down for weeks, and it did. It shut us down almost the whole summer. I know what it's like when and I don't sleep when our tourism is down, because all my money is in tourism. It's just a very important thing to me. I keep my thumb right on it. And it's something I watch intensely. And I don't sleep. It's something that causes me not to sleep. So
Can you tell us a little bit about any history that you have with being on boards?
I've been on, what was the first board? I got on planning and zoning, I believe in 2004. I did a full term there. Park County or Shoshone Rec Board. I was on that board for 10 years. It was a fun board to be on. I was on the Wyoming Real Estate Board, or the Northwest Wyoming Board of Realtors. For, I don't know. I was president 3 times, which means that you're vice president 3 times and you're president-elect 3 times. So that 9, and then you got to be on the board for another 4 or 5. I don't know, but I've been on that. I was on the fire department for 9 years here. Other boards. I know there's more, but those are the main ones.
Commissioner Michael.
Thanks for coming in, Jake.
Thank you.
You mentioned like the floods, primarily Yellowstone, North Fork. Was there untapped ability to bring people actually into Cody or the Big One Basin? Do you think it was more stressed with the Park County Travel Council, just bringing people to Yellowstone as a part of bringing them into Cody and the rest of the Big One Basin?
I think the biggest thing is you kept reading all summer that there was floods at the East Gate, and there wasn't a big push to make it very clear that that's the northeast gate, or that it was not our gate. We had that first day, we had, I want to say, almost 150 cancellations. That first news report coming out, and when you're just put a bunch of money to redo your hotel and you have $50,000 that's a loan in your operating account. It got pretty, actually, I think it was 15,000 in your operating account. I think it gets pretty scary. And you have people that are working for you, and you have other people's families to worry about and to keep busy. But I think that we could have done a lot better job letting people know that the East Gate was open, and just that East Gate is open, not that the Northeast Gate is closed. Because if you look on a map, we kind of do look like we're in the northeast corner as well. So, and just having that knowledge and firsthand and being there and watching them and being frustrated every time we saw a newspaper ad come out and you see big floods, and it's obviously in Gardner, but it's got a northeast entrance closure on it. It was frustrating.
All right, Jake, thanks for applying. My question is, the Park County Travel Council is funded through taxpayer dollars, through public funds. So obviously subject to public scrutiny. With that, over the last year or so in the news, there's been some scrutiny over how we advertise or how we market and what company we choose to do that with. So my question is 2-part. Do you see a benefit or a priority in trying to keep that local or within Park County or within the state? And then secondly, how do you handle conflict or criticism from the public regarding how taxpayer dollars are spent?
I think that it should be spent in the US. I think there's just firsthand, we've had in the last month, we had somebody from and I believe they were supposed to be working with Park County Travel, but they're with the state tourism. There's plenty of people in town that can do reels. There's plenty of companies that can do social media in town. On just to be blunt, it's also, my sister has a company that does it. But we had somebody call us, have us get a band ready on Thursday night, have us bring people in, models in, and have everything all ready for them to be done at 6 o'clock. Mind you, we brought a whole band in. And at 3 o'clock that day, they called and just canceled. And then we found out that they weren't in town. And then they showed up the following Tuesday with 3 hours notice. The local touch is not there for marketing our local town here. And that's a pretty good example of it. We're out about $1,200. I don't think that we should be losing money on instances like that from our travel council, whether it be the state not talking to our locals here or our locals not talking to the state. But that's one frustrating thing. We've had people from, and again, we've had people call us in the middle of the winter and ask us if we would donate rooms and give them a gift card. It's in the middle of the winter. Like we're just trying to stop the bleeding. And we have our local travel council asking us to give them free rooms and cards. And again, we get confused between the local and the state down there. I don't think we should be confused. I don't think it should be confusing, but why it's confusing, I don't know. But yeah, I feel like we are not seeing our full benefit. In fact, we're probably this month we're a loss for being part of or for playing the game.
Commissioner?
Jake, thanks for coming in. I think you could be a good asset to this. You're familiar that the majority of Park County Travel Council is funded by lodging taxes, correct?
Mhm.
So do you see any other opportunities for revenue to help fund the council and market Park County?
I think Park County Travel Council can be working better with Shoshone Rec Board a little better. I think there's other boards in town that they could work better and actually bring some. I mean, we have all these bike trails in town. I know Park County Paddlers is trying to get some, and I don't know how much I'm supposed. It's not a secret, but they're trying to develop more bike trails. You know, obviously north of town here. It'd be nice if they were working with, you know, if we could work a little better, if they could work a little better. Just bringing infrastructure and the infrastructure that we are bringing here is huge. And ultimately you can buy all the clicks you want to buy, but at the end of the day, if we don't have anything for them to do, they're not going to stay here. The one thing I've found in Cody is that, and being on the real estate side and on the hotel side, and I've owned vacation rentals and I've owned a hotel, people are coming to Cody and they're just staying 1, maybe 2 nights. So the vacation rentals, unless you want to turn your vacation rentals over every 1 or 2 days, which is hard to do, clean a whole house. Not a lot of them even, it's not even an option for them because most of them have a 3-night minimum. So getting people to Cody and not just having them stay here at night, go to the museum, go out to dinner, and then next thing they're in Bozeman or Jackson. Just getting them to turn east at the lake is huge, you know, and we did get the 1 and 2 night stays, but if we could average those to 3-night stays, I think that would be very beneficial to everybody.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Commissioner Stewart.
Yeah, Jake, thanks for coming in. If you were to look at one item that needs severely looked at in the travel council, if you were to look at one major issue, what would you say it was?
We're paying way too much money for clicks. Way too much money for clicks. SEOs, I sat in a meeting, I watched their SEO. We go through that stuff all the time, every year. And you can sit up there and you can say where people are on your website for five minutes and they're really going through it and they're really getting there, but that's a lot of money to pay for clicks, and it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money for paying the same company for doing for a long time and not having any kind of audits on it. More audits, and I'm not talking about money audits. I'm just talking about SEO audits, hiring other companies to come look at their SEO. We had a company out of Jackson at the meeting I was sitting at, and they weren't impressed. Why we're so impressed with this one company, have been sitting on the one company for as long as we have, is it bewilders me. And anyone can put anything on a screen and say how much it's making, but like, I'm not seeing it. If we're up 17% on our clicks, shouldn't we be up 17% in our hotel?
When you're talking clicks, you're talking about website hits.
Yeah, going through, yeah, and banner ads and, yeah, I mean, people know where we are.
Okay, any other questions anybody's thought of? Do you have any questions for us?
I don't.
Okay.
I would tell you that, being on the Park County Travel Council is very important to me. It's something that I take very serious. It's something that I really want to do. I think it directly affects my business. And having a part in that would at least ease my mind knowing what's going on and how our tax dollars are being spent. But that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you guys very much. Have a good day.
Thanks, Jake.
Okay.
So what is SEO? Somebody said SEO.
SEO. SEO.
SEO.
That's what he said.
Hi, Mr. Showers. How are you?
Hello, Mrs. Overfield. How are you?
I'm good. So next we have Bruce Sowers, interview for Park County Travel Council Board. So, Mr. Sowers, if you would start with just telling us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in being on the Park County Travel Board.
Thank you. I've been a resident of Park County for about 15 years. I have an educational background in marketing and finance. I am currently the Director of Revenue for the Buffalo Bills Center of the West and help administer their budget for marketing and advertising and public relations as well. Probably second to the Park County Travel Council, we probably, in my guess, would have the largest marketing spend locally among the entities in the community. I've had good experience with community service. I've been a 4-H leader, Cody Warriors lacrosse board member, 2 times on the Cody Chamber of Commerce. I've been on the Forward Cody board, currently serving as chairman of that group. I was a pretty good player with the Wyoming State Shooting Complex Initiative and the task force. We went down to Casper as well as Cheyenne with that. I've been involved with the National Tour Association Legislative Affairs Committee. That's one of the larger tour operators in the country, and have been involved with so many football, basketball, soccer, wrestling, kids programs, and will continue to be that I can't even recall all of them. Some of the local initiatives that I've been part of in the past, some of them are current. I've been involved with discussions on Plow the Plug, affordable housing, the convention center past and present. I worked with our superintendent from Park County 6, Vernon Orndorff, to help start out that Park County 6 classrooms to career concept. I've been involved with the Governor's Tourism Conference, and I've worked with Diane Schober from the Wyoming Office of Tourism in the past. I or my team attend probably 8 to 10 travel shows a year. National Tour Association, American Bus Association, Go West, which is now U.S. International Powwow, as well as multiple other conferences and trade shows promoting tourism to this particular region. We actually just attended SHOT Show in conjunction with Park County Travel Council. I was working with Katrina Southern, who works there, and we were specifically interviewing approximately 12 to 14 different marketing companies that may be of interest to the Joint Powers Board when they get seated for the state shooting complex, trying to do a little homework for them. So we could come back with a recommendation of 3 or 4 that we have vetted, that at least that they can hit the ground running with that and use that recommendation how they see fit. I've worked pretty heavily with Park County Travel Council in the past. We do and work with them on media trips, fam trips, writers, bloggers. We've hosted events, different media events. I am very familiar with Verb, Misro, and Miles, some of the program administrators that they use. And I'm pretty well versed in all the different marketing and media relations. As far as data collection and analytics, strategies, AI, geofencing, social media, OTT, and streaming services, we incorporate that at the museum as well as some other areas that I work in. I would promise this group that I would have a strong commitment to this. I am well aware of the time commitment that would be involved. I would promise to do my homework. I would also promise that I would not necessarily be a yes person. I would look at the programs that we have and have done in the past, looking at return on investments for the money we spend on those, ask some questions, but I would be prepared and realize that, there are some difficult things. There are some things that we need to look at as a community. I think Park County Travel Council has done a good job. But I think we need to look at some transparency and some buy-in from the community, as well as we need to look at the programs that we are going to be doing and how that is a return for us as well. I did read the 2025 marketing plan that is posted on PCTC's website. It's a pretty aggressive plan. There is a good amount of spend that's involved there, and I would be interested in diving deeper into that and see where that gets us and what course we need to take in the future as well. So that, Madam Chairwoman, is a brief summary.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
My normal question, excuse me, has to do with board work, but you kind of covered that, so
Okay.
we won't go there. Commissioner Mandel.
Yes, thanks for applying, Bruce. With the Center of the West, how do you determine or measure your success with your marketing?
Simple answer is we look through the front door. But we also look at donors and sponsors and the overall financial picture. As when we look specifically at marketing and advertising, we have different software systems and programs and things like that that help us monitor where our people come from, where do they go after they come from the center, and one of those is used by an AI tool and some geofencing things that we have incorporated. We also look at our commercial traffic as well. Commercial traffic accounts for about 18 to 20% of our gate per year. So that's an important revenue stream for us. So there's lots of different ways that we look at that. Social media as well. I mean, we have accounts on Facebook and Instagram, Twitter, and just about everything else, LinkedIn. We look at the analytics of those particular sites, where our visitors are coming from, how long they are on our site, what they engage in, and what they're looking for. And that changes throughout the year as well. In the summertime, we see a lot of looks at hours, rates, pretty quick information. And this time of year, you're seeing people dive a little bit deeper, perhaps, into the content that we have.
Do you determine too if they're coming from regional or international? Is there a way to determine where the visitors are actually coming from when they come in?
Yes. So we do track where our visitors come from. It can be as simple as when you come in the door and purchase a ticket, we ask for a zip code. So we run zip code reports. We also look at online ticket sales and where those sales take place, so we can tell geographically where that is. We also can tell by our analytics on our website where you're visiting from, what your region is. And that helps to determine where we spend our marketing money, looking at areas that we're already predominant in and those that we want to kind of break into. We also look at the data from Park County Travel Council, as well as the Wyoming Office of Tourism as well.
Thanks.
Commissioner?
Thanks for applying, Bruce. My question, I've just been asking the same question to every candidate, just to kind of get a feel for your response. So you know that Park County Travel Council is funded with with taxpayer dollars. So my question is, as far as marketing, it's kind of a two-part. Do you see it as a priority to use marketing firms that are local or state versus out of state or out of the country? And also, how do you handle scrutiny of the expenditure of taxpayer dollars if there was to be a lot of public pushback on how the Travel Council spends those dollars?
So your first question is interesting because I've seen the chatter that I'm sure we all have seen, that sometimes you hire outside of the region providers for services. I would say that the money that is spent needs to be spent appropriately. You have a fiduciary responsibility to make sure that it's spent wisely. Of course, I think there should be preference to local. However, I don't know if in all areas of that plan that I looked at for 2025, if the capability is local. I think some of it is. When you talk about films and video and things like that, I think we have great capabilities locally. When you talk about looking at national programs to particularly promote this region, I think that sometimes you're going to need a larger outfit that has much more capability. We've worked with a lot of them. I can say that the museum uses some local talent as well as some that are not local. It really just depends on what you're looking for, what your budget is, and what you expect to have in return. So I would think that we would encourage those local people to apply and give them a good look. But at the end of the day, you need to make a decision based on what the business need is. And the second question was?
The second question was, how do you handle, or how would you as a board member handle maybe some scrutiny or criticism of how the dollars are spent?
So I think whenever you are part of a group, whether it's Park County Travel Council, the Chamber, Forward Cody, Park County Commissioner, you are going to have people that will not see eye to eye with you. I think one of the ways that we can do that is to be completely transparent in the decisions that we make and why we make them, and put the facts behind it. It is taxpayer money. It needs to be accounted for. It needs to be spent wisely. I think that if you have that group and they do their homework and they do their research and they ask the appropriate questions, I think you can come up to very good decisions. And I think that you should share why you made those decisions to the public. Will you get everybody to agree with you? Probably not, as we all know. But I think you can, with good conscience, say you did the best of your ability, and make wise decisions. I think one of the things that we need to look at for Park County Travel Council is, I think we need to have a little bit more transparency. And I also think we need to do a little better job on the PR end for Park County Travel Council and let the community know of the resources that it has and how that money is being spent and the benefit to the overall community.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Teal?
Bruce, thanks for applying. I'm going to switch up a little bit on my question because you've answered a lot of it with through your introduction as well as some of the other questions. But since you brought it up, plowing the plug, okay, where do you stand on that? And as a board member, how do you feel you have, because as you mentioned, everybody doesn't always agree. And how do you feel you handle that as a board member with other board members disagreeing?
I don't know if I've ever been on a board where everybody agrees all the time. And I would say if you are, it's probably not a very high functioning board for the most part. It's okay to have disagreements and have difference of opinions. I think that's fine. And it's that consensus and that communication and working together that gets you down the road, right? You mentioned plow the plug. We've been talking about this for years, right? And perhaps we're closer now than we have been in the past. It's a difficult thing. I think the Snowmobiling Association had a lot to do with that in the past. I think they have valid concerns. I think the residents up in that region have valid concerns. My guess would be, though I can't prove it or have data for it, that when they had the flood incident there a couple of years and realized that, they needed to get to medical care or doctor's appointments or the grocery store or whatever it may be, that impacted them slightly in how they're looking at it. I don't know if there's really been a coordinated effort to deal with that. Do I think it's a good idea? I think it's a good idea for the business community of Cody and Park County. But I would have to know more detail in how does that work? You've got different entities that are involved, right? So you've got Montana, the state of Wyoming, a couple different communities. You're going to have to pull those individual entities in together and have that conversation. And even though I've been brought into this conversation several times over the last 10, 14 years, whatever it's been, I don't know if there's really been that sit down with the parties all at one table, and I'm not sure why. It doesn't seem like there necessarily is a cheerleader for that. It kind of flashes on the pan and then disappears for a while, and people will tell you it's a great idea and it's not a great idea. But I would think that would be something that we'd have to take a look at.
Well, thank you. I bring it up because, obviously you've been somewhat involved and that's always a controversial
Sure.
thing as decisions on boards often are. So I'm
Right.
just curious if you were a hard nose or if you, I don't take it that way. I'm just saying, I like your answer. Thank you.
I think I can be a hard nose on occasion, but I think, to your question of being on a board, you're going to get hit, right? You're going to have people that are unhappy with what you do. And just the things that I've touched on, whether it's the state shooting complex, or we're talking about a convention center, or we're talking about Park County travel, we all get feedback from the people that live in this community. And you engage with them, you listen, you ask questions, you have a dialogue back and forth. Hopefully you build a relationship. That doesn't necessarily always mean that you're going to see eye to eye, but you can be out in the community and you're not adversarial necessarily. I mean, you do have to have those discussions, but not everybody's going to get along or think that you made the right decision.
Commissioner?
Yeah, Bruce, thanks for coming in. My question would be, how are you going to handle, how would you handle somebody coming up and said, Bruce, you're just trying to get on this board for the museum?
Well, I would say that may be a part of it, right? I think as I mentioned earlier, I think the museum probably has the second largest marketing spend, and I do have a vested interest in that, right? But I also am a firm believer that tide rises all boats. I also have children that live here. I have a family that lives here. We participate in lots of different organizations and activities, and it's good for the community as a whole. Would I be a Chamber of Commerce member specifically for the museum? Not necessarily. Would I be a board member for Forward Cody specifically for the museum? Not necessarily. But it does tie in because of the nature of the work that I do. But we're all that way. I mean, at some point, whether you have a hotelier or a restaurant operator or whatever it may be, of course, in their head, they're thinking about their own interests as well. But when you look at these particular committees and groups and boards, you're really trying to better everything for the entire community, not just an individual enterprise. So I wouldn't have a problem discussing that with somebody in public. And I've been asked that question before. I mean, I think we all as volunteer people in these positions do the best we can for the community. And that's why we do it. We want to make things better.
And not that they would come up, because Cody's not a gossip place. Not
No, not at all. Not at all.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Anybody think of any other questions? Do you have any questions for us?
Not currently. No, I read the material on the website. I have a good working relationship with Ryan Hauk over at Park County Travel Council. I am aware of your plan. We've worked as partners before, so I'm very familiar with how it operates, the structure of it, and what your goals are.
Appreciate it. Well, thank you
Okay.
again for applying.
Thank you.
We'll let you know as soon as we make a decision.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
First off,
I kind of gathered.
I had the pleasure of meeting some of you a while back at one of the zoning planning meetings. My wife's Jennifer Doma.
Yes. So Chris, you're applying for a position on the Park County Predator Board.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we'd like to start out with having you tell us a little bit about yourself and why you have an interest in being on the Predator Board.
Sure. Basically 52 years old, and at age 13, I came through the North Fork out here and told my parents I was going to live here someday. We were right below the Smith Mansion, and now we fast forward all these decades later, and we bought property 3 years ago in the North Fork. And in between those two times, I spent a lot of time trapping, hunting, working with the Conservation Department in Missouri to control the predators and also control some of the other wildlife on the refuge, the U.S. Forestry refuges. And just know that that's kind of a passion of mine. I have a background with forestry stewardship through the University of Missouri. And so through that, kind of know how to read the data, see what's really going on, and present it back in a way that hopefully it's useful. I've spent probably the last 6 months going through data locally of the predators, not only wolves, but grizzlies, black bears, coyotes. And I think some of those numbers are actually skewed when you look at them. And so being able to look at it from an objective point of view and being able to give you information that says, this is what the data says, this is what it means, I think would be very helpful to you. Did that answer your question?
Mhm.
Very good.
Yes, it did. One question, serving on boards. Have you done much service on boards?
I
where you're
have,
volunteer?
through hospital boards, university boards, that kind of thing. And then through the Missouri Chiropractic Association boards. So yes,
Okay, thank you.
and probably less of an advisory role and more on the boards. So a little different situation, but I'm very happy just to give you the information and let you make the decisions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner?
Doctor, thanks for applying.
Thank you.
I'm just learning more about the Predator Board, so.
Yes.
Getting the information on it. Your strengths on this board, I suppose, as a sportsman, but some of your past knowledge and some of your past work would certainly benefit this board, don't you think?
I believe so. I think not only just being able to see the common sense on the ground, what's going on with the wildlife and the predators, but then being able to go back. One of my greatest strengths is be able to read research rather fast and assimilate that data. And I think from a standpoint of you taking that information, to have somebody who can go out to the public and say, hey, what's going on here? What do you think? Looking at the data and come back and giving you an objective point of view, saying, this is what the data says, this is what they're seeing in the public, this is how they go together, I think would play a critical role in that.
And I'm kind of like Commissioner Mangold, also just learning about this board a little bit more.
Yes.
So this is more of a general question about how you would interpret, like, what challenges do you anticipate this board might encounter in the near future?
Yeah, I think just from my local patient base and talking to them, I think individuals want to see the predators knocked back as far as they can. They want to see the predators gone for most people in the North Fork and my patients. And I think there's a balance that has to be made there. So I think being able to say, yes, I understand you don't want the bears here, you don't want the wolves here, but also saying, okay, we have tourism that plays a role in it. We have also the wildlife service that plays a role in it. And so taking that challenge of putting those two together and come up with decent answers is actually probably the toughest part.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Chris, thank you. I'm reading your cover letter here, and you are open for sportsman position or at large.
Yes, either way, whatever I can
sportsman.
benefit you the most in.
All right, sportsman issue, you have a current fishing, hunting license?
Yes, I do.
And
And
you-
now a lifetime stamp too. So
Yeah.
yes.
So you are familiar that is one of the requirements. So how familiar are you with the board and how it operates?
I am not very familiar with it. So that would probably be my biggest fault if I had to
Okay.
give my biggest thing.
Well, my question would be kind of how, I believe there's 9 members total, 3 of which that are appointed by the county and the other 6 are agriculture based.
Right.
And how do you feel you could work with a majority of producers as opposed to
Yeah.
sportsmen?
Without a problem. So my background, probably I didn't dive into it as much because I didn't want to waste your time, but I'm a country boy from mid-Missouri. So I grew up in a town called Booneville. Everything there is named after Daniel Boone. So it's actually the spitting image of Cody, just in the mid Missouri area. And we lived about 35 miles out of town, just like I do now. everybody was grain croppers, cattle farmers and that kind of stuff. So even with working with the conservation department, when people had a predator problem, they would call me in to take care of it. And so it's one of those situations where we work together with the farmer's ag to do that kind of thing.
Just because we've had applicants in the past over the years, you do realize you don't actually get to go out and shoot them.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay.
I understand. I figure
You can on your own all you want.
from reading over the board, you know, basically I come in and I give knowledge or give what I see out there. And then basically either you or the council does what you want to with that information. It's what I do as a doctor too. I come in, I give you the information, what you do with it is what you do with it. I just gotta give you the best information I can.
Yeah, the biggest single thing is as a member, you involved in the purse strings, if you will.
Yeah,
They have so much money that they have to operate on, and we contract through Wildlife Services. Some districts use independent contractors, but we use Wildlife Services for the actual trapping and or
Right.
predator control.
right.
But you'll learn all that.
Yeah, yes, sir. And you've been
Thank
on, you've been on the board yourself, correct?
Yes.
Okay, yes. Yeah. It, unfortunately, I found a cyanide bomb on my property out there not too long ago. I found it, I brought it in and I didn't know what it was. I thought it was a detonator off a missile or something. I brought it in and took it to the sheriff's department. And after much angst, they finally figured out it was actually a cyanide bomb used to kill coyotes in the area. It's been there for a number of years.
I was gonna say it had been there for a lot of years because
yeah.
they haven't been legal for.
Yeah, and it was still a live, still a live bomb. So
Huh.
kind of interesting.
Yeah. Thank you for applying.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you for applying, but I don't have any questions.
Okay.
Anybody think of any other follow-up questions?
If I can be at service, please let me know and I'd be happy. I also want to say thank you all for being here. I think probably things are going to be tougher than easier coming in the next thing. So thank you. If I may, just for a brief moment, my small town in Boonville that I came from, the spitting image of Cody back when it was in the 90s and 92 in that time frame. And one of the things that they did is they got rid of the travel council board. They got rid of the taxes. They got rid of that because the locals wanted to get rid of taxes. And we had Boone Cave, we had Boone Salt Lick, we had all these kind of things that were tourism oriented, and they all went under because nobody was coming to town. So it was an issue. Our local hospital decided to sell out to the local university, kind of like selling out the buildings, and we lost our hospital. And so then the county commissioners, the city got together and bought up the golf course because it went out of business. And they came in and they put low income housing in there, in Section 8 housing. We had to start locking our doors, drugs went up and everything else. So just in the overall scheme of things, it's important how you move forward and what happens. So I know things are probably gonna get tougher in the coming years and that. Just be careful of what you cut and what you don't. And even if you cut things, you gotta watch what goes, you know? So I appreciate you and just know that if you ever need anything in any aspect of it, me and my wife are here to be part of the community. And we've seen this exact same community go down over the years. So if there's things we can do to help you, we'd appreciate help.
Thank
So,
you.
thank you.
Call it a Boone Salt Lick?
Boone Salt. So Daniel Boone had, they found a salt lick where basically salt bubbled up out of the ground in an area. And they would go in and they would boil it and make it salt. And so it was kind of a off-site museum type thing.
Oh, okay.
And that's what, so it's called Boone Slick is what it was called. In fact, it's Boone County, Booneville, Boone Slick, Boone Cave, Boone Docks. And so I was born in the Boone Docks. When you hear people talk about the Boone Docks, I was literally born in the Boone Docks.
Oh, okay.
So that's a true thing in my world. But anyway, there's a lot of lessons to be learned from it and the town has never recovered. And I think if there's ever anything that you have a question about, I'll give my 2 cents. You can take it or leave it, and I'm okay with that. So, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
You got a punch card?
I think we're, I think we're good.
All right.
right.
Thank you for your time. I'm gonna go back and see patients now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to go back to the Blue Dock?
That's our last interview with the Predator Board. Well, we only have two applications, so I can make a motion to put Alan Rosenbaum as the sportsman rep and the at-large Dr. Coma on the Predator Board. I'll make a motion to put Mr. Rosenbaum as a sportsman rep and Dr. Toma as the at-large for a president board.
Do we have to?
A second.
Yes.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Okay. So I was trying to write very quickly, Commissioner. So you said Alan for sportsman and Chris for at-large.
Correct.
Okay, and Commissioner Teal, you seconded, correct? Any discussion on the motion?
I just say I thought they were both excellent candidates and have a lot of good ideas, and I'm happy with both of them. We got some good applicants on that one.
Any other discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay. Sorry for the little wait there. Teresa?
All good, yes.
Okay.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Teresa's applying for a position on the Park County Travel Council Board. And so if you would start out telling us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in being on the Travel Council Board.
Sure.
Okay,
Um,
we need
do
to
you
use the
hear me or
mics.
do I need to get closer?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. That's fine.
So my background is I have been in the travel industry for about 30 years. I started as a trip director, which means I worked for one of the largest incentive houses in Minneapolis. And my job was to take groups out on events, basically incentive trips, sales trips, training, product launches, demos, anything like that, and to run the event. And so I would take whatever the planner gave me. I would take all those details. I would make sure the hotel was right, the food and beverage was right, the meeting space was right, all the activities, and I would just run the events. And I did anywhere from 10 people up to 25,000. So I've traveled the world. Like I said, I've done small events to large events. I did that for 7 years. And then because one of my clients, Toyota, always asked for me to run their events, they said if I started my own company, they would hire me to be their event planner. So I did that and I started my own company about 25-ish years ago. And so I have a boutique corporate meeting and event planning company. And I've worked with Fortune 500 companies. I've worked with automotive, pharmaceutical, electronic, outdoor activities. And so I've planned events all over the world for them. Probably my largest one is a $3.2 million event for Lexus when they were rebranding their whole company. We were in charge of the rebranding. So put together all of that, flew 52 media from around the world for a day and a half and spent $3.2 million on those people. So it almost ended me, but I managed to do it. So I'm still doing that today. And I'm trying to bring more business to the Cody, Wyoming, overall state of Wyoming. I actually did a small event here last year. I'm doing another one here again. So I am trying to bring more people and more events here. That's one of the reasons I want to be part of the Travel Council, because I think there just needs to be a little more, however we can get the word out about Cody for groups, small groups, larger groups can be done here. We just need to disperse them between the hotels because that's probably the one challenge, is having large enough hotels to house a group as well as the meeting space. But as far as like activities here for them to do and just the experience of Cody in Wyoming, I think it's an amazing place for them to be, an amazing destination. And I'd like to be a part of getting that word out a little more. I have contacts obviously throughout the industry and all kinds of groups and planners. I'd like to be able to get a FAM here, a familiarization tour, and get some of those people to Cody and give them a little taste of what it's like and what their groups can do, focusing on the smaller and mid-size, because I think it's going to be easier to handle. But that's one of the reasons I want to be a part of the Travel Council, is to see if I can get those people and get them to come here and start experiencing what we have.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Do you have experience in sitting on boards or either volunteer or paid boards?
I do not.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Mangle.
Thanks for applying.
Mhm.
In talking to, I got to meet one of the head of the Montana Hotel Association. He was chair.
Mhm.
And they switched from more international to more regional advertising, getting out into Wyoming, getting up into Canada,
Mhm.
the Dakotas, over in Utah and such. And they saw a lot of success with that. With the travel council, do you think they're spraying too much, trying to get international, regional, even statewide to come up? Or do you think that they could concentrate on one particular group?
I think to promote regional, my opinion, a lot of people who live in this area or are in the general Montana, Wyoming, Canada, they have a sense of what it's like to be here and in this region. I think there's a lot of people, when I talk to people and I tell them where I live, first of all, they don't realize that Cody is so close to Yellowstone. Most people obviously haven't even heard of Cody. And I attend a lot of industry events where I talk to a lot of hoteliers, and they're just not aware of what's going on here. So I think it's better to focus on places that have a lot of group business that can bring it here, like Arizona and California, maybe Idaho, a little farther than just regional right here. Because I think those people are the ones who, once they hear about Cody and I talk about it and what's available here, and they didn't know because they're too disconnected from it, they're the ones who are interested in coming and seeing and experiencing it. I think international is good, but I think if we can get the people that are closer to the area initially, I think it may be a better focus. That's my 2 cents.
Okay.
Commissioner?
Okay. Thank you for applying.
Mhm.
My question, I've just asked every candidate, so I'm just gonna ask you as well. Park County Travel Council is funded through taxpayer dollars, and I'm sure you're aware of that. What do you feel as far as marketing, how you pick marketing? Do you think it should be local, statewide? And I'm talking about the firms that market for PCTC.
Mhm.
You have a problem with it being international. And then the second part is, how do you handle scrutiny of how would you handle scrutiny about the expenditure of taxpayer dollars?
I've been working on, first off, on budgets for large corporations for all their events for 25 years. I am very transparent in how I spend their money. Again, my motto is I spend your money how I spend mine. So I think scrutiny is welcome. I mean, if we can't explain what we're spending and why, then there's bigger problems. But I think going through that with the people who are asking taxpayers, it's like getting people here benefits Cody, benefits the locals, benefits the business, which benefits everyone who lives here. So I think if someone has a question, I am all about explaining, asking why they're questioning it, what are their concerns, and making sure that they are comfortable with the explanation that we give them. Because I think everything should be transparent when it comes to money and how we're spending the taxpayers' money. And then your first question was about advertising, as far as you mean the companies that we're using to advertise. Well, my preference is to keep it local or within Wyoming for sure. Keep the business here, because there's no reason that the companies here can't do that for us.
Thank you.
Commissioner Teal?
Teresa, thank you. Looking at your resume, your cover letter and whatnot, and your experience. I'm just going to be very blunt. Do you feel Cody is ready for a large event center?
For a large event center? Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Because I've actually talked to some of my clients, and like I said, I attend a lot of industry events, and they would love to come here, but we don't have really a place to house them or have them do the event.
I hear that a lot.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
my question is, those aren't, I'm imagining it's your business, but to pay for one of those, you can't just rent it a couple times a year. So,
Right.
or put it out. So, you really feel in your marketing and your business that we could bring in enough to sustain?
Yes, and one of the areas that I've recently gotten into quite a bit is Bitcoin. I got in the ground floor. I have a lot of clients in that industry. I also promote a lot of high-end speakers in that industry, and Wyoming is prime for Bitcoin business. And I know I can get to a number of people that would be very interested. The event that I'm helping to host this June is around sovereignty in Bitcoin, and they would love to bring more business here because obviously the state of Wyoming and Cynthia Lummis is supporting that. So I think so, because like I said, I can get to quite a few people in the industry to let them know that it is now available here.
Thank you.
Thank you for applying. And I'm not sure how familiar you are with the position you're applying for. But if you were to say one thing that needs to be done better by the council, what would you say it is?
I did look at all the information on the council and what the position is about. And I think probably the one thing that could be done better is getting someone not just here, but getting someone who can go out to the possible clients and the groups and the industry events that can talk about Cody and have that one-on-one with people, because it makes such a difference when I physically am in the room with someone and I'm talking to them about what's going on here. I think there's maybe been 2 people that I've spoken to in all the industry events I go to that knew where Cody was and what it had to offer. And they're like, that is now on my bucket list. And so just having the ability to get out in front of these people and having someone travel to do that, I think is maybe where there's a shortfall. That's part of what I do every day. I mean, I end up going to industry events at least once a month. And so I think having someone out there in that community speaking to people about it one-on-one is maybe what, maybe the shortfall.
No, you make a very valid point. Years ago, I was involved with Governor Meade doing a lot of stuff at the SHOT Show in Vegas. And, you know, we brought in, what was it? Magpul from Colorado, Weatherby. And I mean, it's so getting out there is really a key point.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's important. And I am one that is always very comfortable just talking to people. It's like, I'll go to events where they have trade shows and I make a point. I just walk through and I talk to everyone at every booth. I'm like, that's why I'm here, you know, use my time wisely. So I'm comfortable. I enjoy talking to people and I love sharing Cody with people. And I just think there could be more groups here if we get the word out about all the amazing things there are to do in Cody.
Thank you.
Anybody think of any additional questions? Do you have any questions for us?
I don't think so. Like I said, I was looking at the site. I know I saw about managing the budget. How much input does the council have as far as, you know, what gets allocated to different parts of the budget?
It's their budget.
Okay,
Yes, it is. They are received, that is received from the lodging tax.
okay,
We do not control that budget.
okay, okay, good. I love budgets.
Whoa.
I know, it's a weird thing. I'm a little bit of a math geek, so I like all the numbers.
Yeah, we may
I
need
like the
some help
numbers in
here.
the budgets.
Well, we certainly appreciate you applying.
Thank you.
So,
I appreciate the
thank you.
opportunity.
We'll let you know as soon as we know.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
All
I
right,
appreciate your
thanks.
time.
Thank you.
And hopefully you get home today.
Yeah. To make that
Me too.
decision.
So that was the last one.
I think so.
And there's only one.
There's only one seat on the travel council,
That's-
and it is from a resignation.
We don't always have really that many good applicants.
Yeah.
No, we don't.
Those are all good.
More often than not, Kelly, it's, you wish you had more, or you may have one that's really stands out, but my opinion on this, we have several very good
Mhm.
candidates. If you want to go on this now, or?
Yeah, I think
We
we can
better while he's
discuss it.
still here.
I think that Madam Chair, I think that we do have 2 applicants that are new to the community, is that good or bad? You know, and us picking a new person who's only been here for a year, you know, there might be some scrutiny. You know, between the 2 applicants who have been here for a while, Bruce and Jake, you have Bruce, who was recommended by, it said Blair on there, and I'm guessing that's Ted. And Ted sometimes tries to lobby for his picks. I think Jake would be throw a cat in there. I think that he might be an interesting pick. So I think those two are the ones that I'm sort of favoring now, Bruce or Jake Ivanoff for the open position. I could go either way. But
Madam Chair, I'm gonna throw my 2 cents in, you know that.
No,
Surprise.
I somewhat agree. I think even though there's a couple there that have not limited experience in Park County, they could bring some very good outside. And I hope they stay involved. I somewhat agree with Jake, though. I think he, as a business owner, he has the most skin in the game. I worry a little bit about Bruce because of what Commissioner Stewart brought up as a possible conflict of interest to some extent between the museum board and the travel council. I think did he interview for the Joint Powers Board
No,
as a representative? Why not?
because it was from the firearm industry.
The-
museum.
right. The one from the museum is the firearms industry one, and he did apply.
That was that Daniel
For that.
Riegel.
Yes.
Yes, okay. But anyway, so I would like to see Jake. He's shown interest before. He is a little stubborn. He may stir stuff up, but he has some definite, he's not in it for being a community service. He wants to do good and he's got skin in the game. It's my point. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, I could go either way on either of them too. I do have a little bit of reservation, not from Bruce, but just the stigma of what the public, how much they put on that museum that they think it controls the county. And I'm not saying I agree with that, but I think by throwing Jake in there, it's going to be a shakeup, good or bad. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think either one of them I could live with. I just again, nothing from Bruce's side. I just have a little reservation with that.
I liked Bruce's answers. I thought he has a very analytical mind and a very analytical approach to problem solving. And I really appreciate that because it's, I'm going to make decisions that aren't going to always align with public view, but you're going to have the rationale behind it. I think he demonstrated that in his answers to me. I'm satisfied with that. I do agree that Jake, I think, brings more of the scrutiny that the PCTC has had is the expenditure of taxpayer dollars and then the budget and the oversight of that, right? And the transparency with that. And I think throwing Jake in there Jake will see that through. I think he will make sure that voice is heard in there. So I'm kind of I think they're both good candidates. So I would be fine with either one as well. Yeah.
I kind of like Bruce on the fact that he discussed and is used to looking at what some of this marketing stuff does and what companies have been able to do. And it's the same types of clients. That travel industry, they do a lot of things. He goes to a lot of those things to bring those people in, which I think brings a different perspective. If he's going to those meetings or shows or whatever, he has the conversations with those people as to why they might want to come here and how that would work. As he said, he's done it kind of for the museum. I don't think it hurts the museum kind of has their own function to bring their people in, but I kind of like the idea that he understands how that all works and he can back it off to look at the entirety of Park County with what he does. As you said, he's raised a lot of kids here and done a lot within the community that kind of plays to everybody being here. And I like that. I think he's got a lot of history in being able to analytically look at all of that. I kind of like that idea.
So can I get a question? Explain, I'm not real familiar, not as familiar as I am with predator board, but the travel council, we have the director, right?
Yes, Ryan Hawk.
Yes. And so the other, how many members do we have?
There's 5.
I was just looking. I just had it pulled up.
I guess where I'm going with this, I don't disagree with you, Dossie, at all. That perspective is good, but are we stacking it with marketing? And should that's where I kind of like Jake, just simply because he brings more of the, okay, but I'm the one being affected here from the community and so bringing that perspective, even though he may not have the marketing experience, he obviously has a salesmanship experience simply because, I mean, you can't build a 307 real estate business without being selling. I don't know, that's where I'm just wondering if we already have a director that is gonna be in charge. Now, the experience of being in marketing, we got two other applicants that are, hell, they could be the director almost.
True, with the background that they have. I will say that I think the Blair he's referring to is Quentin Blair, who is assigned to the Park County Travel Council by the governor. So that is one seat that's on there is appointed by the governor, and Quentin wants that one.
So it wasn't Ted,
I don't think it was Ted. I think it was Quentin.
Okay.
So just for clarification.
because I've talked to Ted before, when we've
Sure.
had applications before come in, and
Sure,
he gave me direction on who would be good for it.
sure.
The difference too is, you know, if Bruce gets on, do they stay with the same operation? If Jake gets on, do they change the SEO and they, like he was talking about, going to a different marketing route? One that has been under criticism before, going through the Jackson group and then not getting any return. So do you go with something, don't rock the boat, and somebody who would be steady like Bruce? Or do you throw something in there like Jake at the same time to maybe get a change and work a little bit differently? So,
But I'm sure, but I also, Scott, one person can't change everything.
no, they can't.
But if it does at least raise some eyebrows, I think that's a good thing.
I can't find on the website. It's not easy to find the board. So he would be one of five. This person that we're
Either
adding
one
would
of
be.
5 or 7. I've got it. I haven't been to one of their meetings yet as liaison because Lee was doing it.
Kelly would know.
7. I don't know.
Actually, you know, well, Madam Chair was commented, 4 very good candidates.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
I'll go along with whatever. I'm from Powell. We don't have much tourism there.
Well, and I guess I understand your comment about new to being here, that type of thing. Obviously, Teresa's been around the tourism world for quite a while, which is kind of cool. And maybe that's an enlightening type of situation. We don't have too many of those people that live here in Cody that do that kind of work.
Right, and what I like
Those
about
kind
her
of-
is the fact that she's not really targeting tourists.
Right,
She's targeting
right.
groups.
Just bringing groups here, yeah,
Right.
and that kind of thing. So it's a little bit different. Which may be kind of a whole different outlook. Travel Council is not limited to tourists. It's just bringing people here.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons they're looking
Heads
at
and
the
beds.
convention center situation is
Yeah,
many.
there's a lot of good, yeah.
I know. That's the-
So can we kick somebody off?
Okay, maybe let's, Scott, when do you have to leave?
What's that?
When do you have to leave?
I have to leave at lunch.
Oh, okay.
You're 10.
There's 10? They haven't all been at the meeting. Okay.
So who's a tiebreaker? That's weird.
Does anybody need more time? May I get the ball? Madam Chair, I move to appoint Jake Ivanoff to the Travel Council.
I'll second it.
I moved and seconded to appoint Jake Ivanoff to the Park County Travel Council. Any further discussion on the motion?
I would just
Further
again
discussion?
add, I thought we had excellent applicants, all of them.
Mhm.
And I, like you said about the two newer to the community, I do think there's something to be said. I mean, they both have a lot of experience in a lot of different ways that could benefit the Park County Travel Council. But I do think there's something to be said for local networking. And I think if they stay in the community and network a little bit more, that might be helpful. So I don't want to discourage them. I hope they stay and.
For sure.
Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay. 10:40, we're just a little bit behind here. Approval of the Planning and Zoning Committee bylaws. You all should have received those bylaws. I know the Planning and Zoning Commission has, well, they're the ones that kind of rewrote them. And then our county attorney staff has been through them, made changes. Those changes were run again by the Planning and Zoning Commission last week, and they were asked to get in touch with me or Joy if they had any issues with anything that the county attorney weighed in on. I did not hear from anyone. I
did
don't
not.
believe Ms. Hill did either, so we're at a point now where we would look at approving those updated bylaws for the operations of the Park County Planning and Zoning Commission. And it's been discussed that if we were to approve these bylaws, that they would take effect at the same time that we would approve Amendment 1 of the DSR, because it all kind of tracks together in how they're going to operate and do things. So with that, any questions for Ms. Hill?
Madam Chair, my only question was on it's on 5 of the document, but 7 in my packet. The variance request application.
Mhm.
Can you just tell us about that part?
Yeah,
There's a
so
comment there.
Madam Chair, if the board opts to not make changes to the variance procedure, that would mean it will not go before the Planning and Zoning Commission. And so I would ask that one of the caveats of your approval of this document be that that would potentially be removed if the variance chapter or the variance section of the DSR does not get amended. Because the reason that's in here is because you were discussing allowing P and Z to have a hearing on variances.
So Madam Chair, so Joy, basically the motion would be to approve the Planning and Zoning Commission bylaws without the variance request application in there at this time.
I would
Just
say
trying to
with,
understand, so because right now, since it's up in the air.
yeah, I would say with the option for that to be removed
Okay,
if the variance changes are not approved in round 1.
okay.
And I can put that in your resolution, you know, that the variance portion would be subject to change of the DSR.
Okay, any other questions on the bylaws? Okay, hearing none, is there a motion?
Right, so
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion to approve the Park County Planning and Zoning Committee bylaws in line with or in concordance with the approval of the DSR round 1 amendments, and with the understanding that the variance chapter, I'm trying to think of the variance this portion could be removed.
Option for it to be removed.
Option for it to be removed
Right.
pending on
The changes
the
to the
changes to the
DSR.
DSR.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also, Madam Chair, as part of your motion to make sure that these become effective at the same time as any amendment to the DSR is adopted.
Okay. As she stated. I think that's what I was trying to get at the first part, is just that the bylaws come into effect at the same time the DSR round 1
Is amended.
are amended.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Second,
did you want to repeat that?
no,
Uh-uh.
And I don't want to either.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve the P and Z Commission bylaws with the option for the variance section to be removed if so needed. And the effective date of these would run with the effective date of approval of the DSR First Amendment. Correct? Okay.
me.
Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Madam Chair, will this be a resolution? I would
think it should
assume,
be,
yeah,
considering the
okay.
date and the variance change. Yes,
Yeah.
please.
2025-07.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. 11:50. Do we have Brian? There you are. You can't use the pillar to hide. That's not what it was left for. Okay, the next thing on our agenda, Brian Edwards, County Engineer, petition for vacation of roadway, Old Garland Town Site, and assigning a viewer. Hi.
Pass it down. Pass it down. Put this back.
Thanks, Madam Chair. While you're passing out copies, I'll get started. Brian Edwards, County Engineer, and I've got with me Rusty Blau with Morrison Merrily. A petition was submitted to the county clerk's office on February 14th. It's actually submitted prior to that and got lost somewhere in the process, but we've worked with the petitioner to get the appropriate signatures on the petition. This is to vacate a portion of public roadways and alleyways around a piece of property within the Garland town site. It's at the extreme northwest corner of that Garland town site. And you've got a map there that kind of shows it. It's the original town site of Garland. But back when that town site was established, there was public roadways and alleyways. Ralston's a similar situation, many of which were never built or used, and were, used as storage or just not used. And, development has come and gone since that point. But the petition was filed by, is it in its Powell Church? Mr. Legler, Pastor Legler with the, I think it's the Powell Church of God. Church of God, that's it. Pastor Legler, Powell Church of God. And my understanding in talking to Rusty is that the church, the current owner of that church is looking to sell that property. And that's what's initiating this process. There's on the west side, a portion of, I think it's a porch that's actually out in that alleyway. And they're not alone. There's quite a bit of that in within Garland where these unused public easements then have been encroached on. So part of what they want to do with selling the property is get that cleaned up to basically vacate some of the public roadways, the portions. It basically is the west part is the alley, the north part, and I forget the names of the streets, that Long Street, and then Howell Street on the south, and then 20 feet on the west side of Sheridan Avenue that's adjacent to the church, which would make it line up with what's been vacated in the past south of there, so that there would still leave 60 feet of public road right away for Sheridan.
So in looking at this map that you provided us, the little red hatching marks have already been vacated off of those
Correct.
properties? Okay.
Correct. And you can see all that through, and not just in this area, but other alleyways and streets that have been vacated based on development. And what you'll find is that, like in this case, the property owner owns that tract that we're talking about. And then also across from Howell Street, they own 2 lots there. So in vacating that, it would bring the property contiguous, if you see what I'm saying. So anyway, for those of you that are familiar, to vacate, alter or create a public roadway is a statutory process through state statutes. And what we're here for today is acknowledging the receipt of the petition. A petition can either be by you as the Board of Commissioners to initiate the process to vacate a roadway, or it can be brought by a petitioner, which could be a private entity. But if that is the case, they have to have the signatures of at least 5 electors within 25-mile radius of the site. That was taken care of. It was confirmed by our deputy county clerk. And so that they have met that requirement. The petition has been recorded with the county clerk's office. So this initiates the process. So you would basically accept, if you choose to do so, accept the petition. And then at this point, you have the ability to, or I guess you have to do that once you've initiated, assign a viewer to basically assess whether or not the vacation is in the public's best interest. Considering easements, utilities, other things that go into play. Is this in the public good to vacate these public alleyways and roadways? So that's what the process is, and this would get it kicked off. So giving you what I consider a draft resolution for that, which would initiate the proceedings. And then part of that would be to assign a viewer. The statutes, I gave you a copy of the statutes that dictate this process. And we're in that 24-3-101 on the second page, that B1. That's the process of somebody that submitted a petition to vacate the right of way. One of the things that in the past, the viewer, in terms of what the viewer can be, is on that next page, on the third page under 24-3-103. The viewer basically has to be a disinterested person. It can be a member of the Board of County Commissioners. So Commissioner Till would be great. So it could be a commissioner.
Disinterested.
And it doesn't have to be an engineer or a surveyor or anybody like that. This often falls on the county engineer. I've done several of these in my time with the county. Obviously, workload and everything else. The expediency of being able to get something like this done is in jeopardy if I were to be the viewer. I did look at, I've talked with Rusty Blau, and he could explain what his role is with the church up to this point. They basically found some property corners for them. Okay. And they're not doing anything to the property as far as as far as improving the church or expanding parking lot or anything like that. So their role is pretty much as a surveyor to document those corners and to assist with this process on the vacation. So whether or not they're disinterested, I kind of leave that to you guys to figure out. I did talk with EA, so I talked with Cody Schatz. Lyle Casiano is also willing to do it. There's a certain amount of surveying that has to be done, which is the corners, the record of survey once it's done. I did put in the draft resolution as allowed in state statutes where, because this is initiated by a private entity, that they could, that you as commissioners could require a deposit, which covers advertising fees, the cost of the viewer, surveying, that kind of thing. And talking with Rusty, talking with Cody Schatz with EA, we kind of come up with the $2,500 number, which again, advertising alone is pretty pricey. And then Rusty, I had him kind of do some double checking that it sounds like that this particular property is not on the tax rolls now.
Previously, it was a school and then it's a church. So now they're listing it as a residence and it will be a benefit to the county in having it on the tax roll.
That and the additional in getting the street, becoming property.
More land
too. And so he figured, would you say 70,000?
110,000 would be just the land value based on the assessor's numbers.
And then the street, yeah, gotcha.
And, yeah, so the street was 31,000 square feet or almost 3/4 of an acre that they'd be gaining and to
Added.
turn into private property.
So the deposit, I think, still probably a good way to go about it. If there's additional costs, maybe considering the additional tax base offset, maybe that's stuff that can be worked out, but those are some options on the viewer. Past that, whatever you want to do.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
ask a question. Brian, so this basically just, from what I understand, and I haven't read the whole statute yet, but this just opens the process for the viewer, and then the viewer comes back and gives a report, and then we act on the viewer's report.
Correct. And once that viewer's report is completed, I'm trying to remember the order here, but it will go out for public notice too, and comment, so that there could be claims for damages, objections, all of that. It's advertised in the paper, plus any interested or adjacent landowners get notified by certified mail.
Okay.
And then once that's all done, I can't remember if that's before or after it comes to the commissioners, but anyway, once it comes back to the commissioners, viewers reports made. If there are claims for damages, there's an opportunity where the commissioners can assign an appraiser and figure out what those damages really are, and then make a decision. So this is early in the process. This just initiates the process.
So Madam Chair, Brian, my other question, okay, so this is 2,500 is a deposit. Let's just assume Rusty is willing and that we appoint him as a viewer. Now that 2,500 covers expenses, but not all of them. So as we move further into the process, how is he compensated?
Well, that's a really good question. So, yeah, this gets it going. Whether or not that covers everything. I've been out of the private sector for a while, so Rusty could explain. Cody thought that was a good number, 2,500, but again, you're gonna spend advertising, what, $800,000 maybe?
Yeah.
You know,
And just for the report and everything, I don't know how much, for the record of survey that's required at the end, just to show it vacated, but we already have that, and that, the last one.
In
we
the
did-
event it goes over, are we on the hook?
You technically no, and maybe that's something we could add to the language in the resolution to say that. I like I say, we offer the whole tax offset, that you don't have that now, that this is tax revenue you'll be getting that will help offset that. So there is some county benefit, there is some public benefit. So my thought was you get 2,500, and we've done this on some others too. Anything that's left over, they'd get it back. If it's more, maybe we come back to you guys and work it out.
Let me ask you how this usually works. Rusty, since you've already done the survey theoretically and got the corners, if, I don't know if you can answer this or not, but if we were to appoint a different viewer, would they have to go out and resurvey to prove to themselves, or would that survey be provided to them? How does that work?
So far, what we've done is no mapping or anything, just locate the
No
monuments, but
corners.
for the viewers report, they would not have to do, I don't think, any actual surveying. It'd just be kind of
Oh.
looking at all the other easements and stuff like that to make sure.
Okay.
But for the end result, for the mapping, just to show what is being vacated.
Okay.
They would have to,
So it isn't a
Use our-
duplication of work?
it,
If that-
yeah, it would probably be cheaper for us to do at the end result.
Right.
But
And also I'll say, Madam Chair, that there's a certain amount of, that goes with the property transfer,
Sure.
whether it be I guess the quitclaim deed or something where basically property is exchanged or goes back to the private sector. So there's some sort of a
and doing
record of survey and some
Mhm.
legal documents
And
that go with that.
that part, like what we did in Ralston, I was not the viewer, I just did the plat for the vacation, so it's kind of separate from the viewer. That money, and I think county paid, I don't know
I
if the
think we paid
petitioner or the
that.
county paid me, just for the platting, but this viewer part was separate, so that can be separate out, but for the viewer, you don't need the survey information, it could be anybody.
I could go back and look at but we did require a deposit on that one too. I just don't remember. It's been a few years ago.
Yeah. Bless you. Okay,
Madam Chair, my only concern is on the resolution. It's listing this as only a deposit. And should there be
Awesome.
additional expenses, you know, if they're minimum, we can discuss that, but I mean, if there's a potential for someone claiming damages, I mean, where does that come in? at?
Yeah, see, the damages, that could either be, as we saw in, say, 6JM or others that we've done, that could really delay the process. And that's where that independent appraiser comes in. And that's where it's really a negotiated legal thing. If someone's claiming damages and it's X dollars, whether or not the petitioner's willing to pay those damages to settle that, that's all part of it. If they're not, maybe you don't grant the vacation. But that could be thousands and thousands of dollars, but the county's not on the hook for that. That's it. All you would do is if the county were on the hook for something there, you would not approve the vacation. See what I'm saying? You will get to hear what those claims for damages are. And that's part of the process to say whether or not you, who pays that? Do you agree with the amount?
We have an option at that time to move
Yes.
forward or.
Exactly.
Or stop it.
Yeah, you can suspend it indefinitely, as did happen on the 6JM many years ago. And that went for years,
It did.
you know.
So I haven't, Madam Chair,
Yes.
I haven't heard, Rusty, are you willing to be a viewer?
I would be willing.
The viewer?
Mhm. Yeah, that would be fine.
Director Hill.
Madam Chair, I just would like the opportunity to review.
I can't hear.
You need to come up so the commissioners can hear you, please.
I'd like the opportunity to review the subdivision requirements because this particular change will
make amendments to potentially more than one property line. I don't know, I haven't seen the map yet, but if that's the case, they may have to do an amended plat and not just a record of survey. So I understand that there may be a difference in cost between doing a record of survey and amended plat. I would just recommend that if an amended plat is required, to basically carry that through simultaneously in this process so that it's not an additional process if it turns out to be required.
Do we do amended plats to amend town sites?
I would, because it is a plat. This is a subdivision plat. And if you're abandoning a public road or a public way, is my understanding that's a partial vacation of a plat, and you will be amending one or more lots on either side of that particular public way. But I would like the opportunity to review that to make sure that we have that correct. I'm only saying that because I'm concerned about the cost, and maybe Rusty could speak to that. It's my understanding that the cost for a record of survey is different than a cost for an amended plat.
Yeah, there's more work that goes into it.
Yeah, which is so.
A meeting and stuff.
Well, and I'll also say, Madam Chair, that's all something down the road, whether it's part of the record of survey or like to say a simultaneous process. That's something along with reserving easements, things like that. That's all things that you could put into your approval, that part of you're willing to grant this vacation pending them submitting and getting approved, you know, an amended plat, if that should it be required.
And I would just like it to run simultaneously so we don't have to do an additional process if that's possible, if it's necessary.
Okay,
So
but
that
what you're talking about with an amended plat is 2 public hearings, 2 advertisings, that
No,
type of
in this
thing?
particular case, it might be 1 public hearing, which if you may already be doing that as part of this process. It could just be terminology, right? Like you're going through this vacation process, but it's at the same time of an amended plat, which would require 1 public hearing in this particular case. Because by law, if you do a partial vacation, if anyone would be aggrieved by this particular vacation, then you would have to know that. And the only way you're going to know that is if you do a public hearing.
But isn't that the point of are you kind of already doing that?
That's what
through
I'm
this
trying to say,
process?
but like the amended plat being the instrument that kind of closes it out.
Mhm.
to show
And
them.
what's tricky, Joy, is when we say plat, these are pretty crude back to the 1900s.
Yeah, and we'd only be looking at the ones that are impacted, not the whole town site. It would just be those lots that were impacted. But I would like to review the rule before we,
Well, my concern is that we have enough deposit here if we're asking someone to do that. I don't know that $2,500 is going to cover the research, the advertising, and if you would have to do an amended plat, that's
Well,
not
my
gonna
next
cover
question
that.
is if through this process, who do they have to notify? Like who do they have to mail notice to?
As far as recording the oath of viewer, which would be whoever gets assigned to do that gets recorded with the clerk. And then they will come back and report to the commissioners what their findings of the viewer.
But do you send notice to the landowners near?
Yes.
Oh, that's what I'm asking, because if we wouldn't need to make them do that twice. You see what I'm saying? If we could cover that all under the amended plat and this process, then they wouldn't have to pay for that twice. They would just pay for it one time.
Madam Chair, could we just amend the language in here to say the costs incurred are covered by the petitioner so that we're not putting a specific dollar amount on it? Is there a reason we need to put the dollar
reason
amount?
why I guess I was putting it, because they need to know,
Right.
the petitioner, how much do they need to give the clerk upfront? Because it's an upfront deposit, that's per state statute, you can require a deposit.
But if we just say a monetary deposit and additional costs incurred will be covered by the petitioner.
Yeah, we can add a statement that says any additional costs resulting from the process are,
I think that makes sense.
Yeah, we can do that.
And then that gives us time to review how much has to be done and what really has to happen
Right.
to make this finalized.
It's actually necessary or
Yeah.
not.
Okay. Okay, so we can retype with that statement. Is that understood by everybody? Okay. Okay,
So Madam Chair, do we make a motion to appoint the viewer for this vacation request for the Church of God in Garland? And for this to run simultaneously with a plat
I
review?
don't know that
I
we need
don't
to
think
put
you
that
should
on
say
yet.
that just yet.
Because we don't know. if it
Madam
has to be-
Chair, how this usually reads is, would be, you'd be a motion to
Right, at the top.
approve this resolution number such and such, and in doing so, appoint viewer so-and-so
Okay.
to initiate the proceedings for, whatever
Okay.
said on the top there.
I think I would
Okay.
get the resolution
So-
number, read this and appoint the viewer.
Okay, so Madam Chair, I'd make a motion that we, under resolution number 2025-08, we initiate the proceedings to vacate a portion of public roadways involving Sheridan Avenue, Long Street, Howell Street, and an alleyway adjacent to property located at 900 Sheridan Avenue in the Garland Town Site in Township 55 North, Range 98 West in Park County, and appoint viewer
Russell Blau.
Russell Blau. Do I need to include in my motion the amended language in the last paragraph or?
You could say,
Amending the language to say that the petitioner will supply a monetary deposit and will be responsible for additional costs incurred.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to move forward with vacation and appoint Russell Blau and to amend the language for the deposit. Any further discussion on the motion? None, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
thank you for
Thank you,
giving it to
Rusty.
somebody else.
Madam Chair, for the record, that's resolution 2025-08.
Okay, got it. And you'll fix that
We'll fix
language
that
and bring
and
it
I'll
back
get
for
that.
signature?
We'll bring it back.
Scott? Stamp okay if they bring this back with language? What time is it?
Did you have to
Late in the day for you to come in. I mean, we're used to seeing you
Isn't
all
it? I
morning.
know.
Okay, we'll go back into session. We are minus Commissioner Mangold this afternoon. And then I'd also like to announce real quick for anybody listening that might have attended the open house at Wapiti tonight that we have canceled that and we will reschedule. We'll let you know through our Facebook things and social media and email blasts as much as we can as to when it gets rescheduled. But due to the weather and the fact that they're still getting some pretty heavy snow, we're not going to try to do it tonight. So with that, the next thing on our agenda, Jenny Kramer, Park County Planning and Zoning, review modified final plat for Quiet Grove.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this is just a modification and adding an easement. The final plat of Quiet Grove MS 76 was approved on July 16, 2024 by resolution 2024-40. And alterations to the approved final plat were made due to the addition of a necessary easement on the remainder parcel, serving access to irrigation infrastructure serving the subdivision. Regulations specify that for significant deviations, amendments, or alterations of an accepted final plat, they must come before the board for consideration. Staff recommends the Board of County Commissioners approve the Quiet Grove MS-76 final plat as modified with the following condition: that the applicant shall provide a separate binding easement for the additional 30-foot irrigation easement that has been added to the final plat to be recorded with the final plat of Quiet Grove MS-76.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, do you have questions on the two plat copies that is showing up for you in SharePoint where the easement is added?
Yeah,
to the left?
I'm sure I'm
Oh, you're reading.
trying, well, I apologize. I didn't look at this prior to, and I'm just trying to read.
Okay.
You gotta blow it up so big.
I
And then you gotta
know.
figure
I
out
was
where
gonna
you're
say I
at
have a
on the
paper
fabric.
copy here, but
Makes-
you can't zoom
it
it as
makes-
well.
Right, makes sense.
It's where that, is it where the number 4 is circled?
Yes.
See that?
Yeah.
Yeah, where it's highlighted. Okay.
And this is the added easement. It's just down this side. It's not really in the subdivision, but it
Yeah.
is serving the subdivision, so it must be noted because it's an irrigation easement.
Okay. It's on the remainder parcel.
Right.
Yeah. And if it's not within the subdivision, that's why there's a separate binding easement that's required to be filed with it.
Okay.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, I move to approve modified final plat for Quiet Grove as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to
Either
approve
or.
the modified final plat for Quiet Grove as presented. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead with that one.
Perfect. Thank you, Bonnie. All right.
Karen will be here pretty soon. Karen Horner is next. I don't know if she's out there.
Just for discussion, after you on the vacation of that property, we were talking with them on how that could increase the value of property tax and brought back into the county.
Right.
And there was, so I went down to the assessor's office.
Mhm.
What it will bring back to Park County is $17 a year.
On the
Oh,
property
really?
itself. Right. I mean, if they build something on it, it could be different, but
It could,
right now.
but by increasing the value of the property, by vacating it and put it in deeded, there was discussion as to how much it would bring in. And they were thinking it would pay for itself, and that's the,
Oh.
and I said, my argument was, or discussion was, and not in a lot of years of what we would have invested into a viewer.
A viewer.
Are you talking about the entire parcel that the church sits on, or are you
No,
talking
the
about the part we're
increase,
adding?
the
Okay,
increase in value.
okay, that makes sense.
They're not keeping it in the church, though, are they?
Well, they may not. It depends on I mean, the church bought it and they're gonna use it for a school, but
So, I mean,
It's
in a
still-
sense, yes, you could say the whole property will now be taxed because I believe churches are
they're
not.
exempt.
Not taxed.
Right.
But it sounds like it's for sale too.
But it's
so-
until it sells, it doesn't do any good.
Agreed.
But the value, increase in value,
It's not gonna pay for itself very
it is
quick.
$17 isn't gonna pay.
No, I like the wording change to where we're not gonna be out the funds if that, in fact.
So I don't feel at least they're guilty of the expense on the person who's gonna benefit.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying.
So their presentation made it sound like Park County would be getting a bunch of money in taxes.
Well, if it sells to a private entity, then the whole parcel goes into taxes, so that would help, but if it doesn't, then we're not gonna see anything,
Won't see any of it, right?
as long as it belongs to the church.
But the state overall will get, it'd be $132 increase. Until we have
Yeah, but
some bills down there that give them 50% off.
but we may only get $17. I just think what the kids are gonna benefit, you know?
Yeah, the kids.
All right,
And
let's not
puppies.
start that discussion here. We have enough of that going on down south. There she is. You're up already.
Oh,
We're about 5 minutes ahead, but we're good.
oh, okay. Oh, I thought you guys were pine, so I was like.
Well, we were all morning, but caught up over lunch. So, thank you. So the next thing on our agenda, Karen Horner, Park County Library Director, with an annual update for us.
Yes, I have these for you. Yours can unfreeze enough to
Oh, you're fine.
pass them out.
It's cold.
It is cold.
Oh, I'm over it. I'm just over it.
The groundhog was not lying this year.
I
No,
know. There's no one. Each of you.
Thank
There's
you.
one there for snacking.
okay.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you, Commissioners, for giving me a few minutes just to once again present our annual report. So this is our report of 2024. This is our third report for the library. The first two reports, you'll notice that this one's a lot thinner. Our first two were almost like booklets. And so we figured we've explained ourselves enough and everybody understands what we're doing. So we want to keep this short and sweet and really just give everybody in the county kind of a snapshot of our numbers, what we were busy doing. And then on the back is just kind of a little, some images and updates, kind of some major things that happened to us this year. So, yeah, since the pictures are always the best thing to notice. Of course, the biggest thing that the library did this year was we got the grant for the construction of the new Powell Library, which we were over the moon with to do that. And then we start the demolition of the old library, and thank you. I can't express enough how appreciative we are that the county allowed us to move into the fairgrounds, because that was huge for the community, and it's just made it was an easy transition. And we were able to continue our services to Powell without even missing a beat. So that was wonderful. And so we kind of showed image of what it looks like now at the fairgrounds and the demolition of the Powell Library, and the construction started. So that's great. And we, of course, our van has been super busy this year, and we've received a couple grants, the literacy kits and our little launch pads for financial literacy that we received. And then, of course, our big, huge fundraiser for the night at the library that we do. So yeah, we've had as usual, a very busy year with our programs and activities. One of the biggest numbers that I kind of like to point out to people this year is that about 3.5 years ago, we started a seed library. When I came here, I had started them other libraries, and I love having the seed library. So last year, starting to build pace. And last year we checked out about 2,500 seats to the public. And this year, as you see our numbers, we checked out over 17,000 seats. So people have come to us and received seed packets of that much. That's been huge. And everything that we received has been donated from Walmart, Treasure Valley Seed and Powell, and Ace Hardware and stuff. So we are not out any money. Everything that we give to the public has been donated to us. So it's a huge resource and the public loves it. And as usual, we're out. We've done lots of outreach numbers. We've doubled how much outreach activities we visited this past year. And of course, our meeting rooms are super popular. So yes, I just wanted to present this, kind of give an idea of how busy we've been. So any questions? Figure I'm like the one happiness in your day most of the time.
Thank you for doing that. You know, I will say that Karen and Roseanne both have spent countless hours working on the Powell Library project. We've had tons of decisions to make, some which I am not a part of because I am not a decorator and have no clue what to do with colors and things like that on some of it. So I'm glad that they're involved and understand what their,
Yeah, Roseanne's great.
yeah, what their people are gonna want there in Powell. So that's been a great project, but we meet basically twice a week right now,
Yes.
once with the construction crews on Mondays and Thursdays with the architects. So we're still finalizing all of the
little details,
but we're
Yeah.
almost done with the architect side of
Yes.
it.
Sure.
As you heard us say this morning, the steel's arriving for the framework next week, first part of the framework. So
yes,
it's coming.
Madam Chair, I know that we didn't have a whole lot of choice because of timelines, but I think a good lesson is was not started at the right time. The construction.
Are you talking about the weather?
Yes,
Come
I
on.
am.
Well, they got a lot done before it
They
changed. It
did.
could have been
They
worse.
did.
Yeah.
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 You're supposed to be putting in foundations in the spring, not in the fall.
We didn't have any option.
I know we didn't,
But yeah, no, I think we know that, but
Yeah.
they're ready. They'll be ready to do the rest of the pad slab,
As soon
whatever.
as it warms
soon as
up.
It warms up.
Yeah.
So,
How long are you able to check out the seeds for?
Those are just, you take them home and keep them, but we want you to grow them, then collect the seeds and bring them back. So
There
I
you
guess
go.
maybe about a year.
double or nothing.
Yeah.
Does it matter what kind of seeds we bring in?
No, no.
Yes.
See, my mind didn't even go there.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Legal
because
seeds.
we have a little time. Explain to me what's going on Saturday.
Oh, the trades fair.
What is that?
That is awesome. So one of our PAL staff members, Rand Thiel, came up with this amazing idea because this has been something that we've kind of been doing ourselves internally in the library. You know, we noticed a huge gap that a lot of kids aren't going into trades, and that we all suffer from that. You know, just something as simple as trying to get your diesel oil changed takes months of advance notice. So we've been doing things, offering kind of like come to the library and listen to a local electrician speak and learn about the trades. And so the Powell Library is putting on this wonderful trades fair at the Powell Fairgrounds. It'll be at the fairgrounds, and we've invited just local companies, construction, electricians, welders. We've got like Rhino Rentals bringing in large equipment. Northwest College is bringing in their huge trailer. And it's just a fun way to come and learn about the trades. It's even meant for little kids, families, just once again, evoke the excitement, got the garbage truck, everything. So people can learn, if this is a field that you want to get into, how much money you can make, you can stay here locally, you can work locally. A lot of these companies have internships. So we want to be able to spread the word out and kind of introduce that, since it's a huge gap missing here.
Cool.
So yeah, and it's free and it's open to the public. And so, yeah, cool. We're excited about that.
Have you ever seen Garland Light and Power do that electrician demo?
They're doing that for us on
That's-
Saturday. They'll be there. Yeah.
It's amazing.
They're doing that on Saturday. So we're excited. Yeah, it'll be lots of
What
fun.
time?
So it's from 9 to 3.
It's not only a good training thing, it's a good eye opener for people.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of, been lacking. We think a lot of schools aren't pushing anymore. And so we're kind of doing our part on the library just to reintroduce the idea and the concept of what people can do here. Yeah. Yeah. Great idea.
Yeah, trying to get a hold of electricians and plumbers and stuff's a little
Yeah.
difficult.
Yes.
Right down there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're, luckily, I mean, it works out great that we're at the fairgrounds. So we're able to just kind of, do what we do at the library, but have it right there at the fairgrounds, and they're great to let us use the whole space. But yeah, we're having a huge amount of large equipment and lots of trades coming and doing it. So it's very cool.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, Karen, I love the play on words here, despite being vandalized in May. The Park County Library Outreach Band where do you go? Well, first of all, was the vandalizing, was that hard to fix? And then second of all, where all does the van go? It says
So,
over 100 events.
luckily, no, of course, the van, the Library Foundation owns a van and they had it wrapped by Wade's Wrap here locally, wrapped it. And so he was able to clean it all up for us and didn't charge us anything. We did have a
Nice.
couple side mirrors that were broken. We had to get those replaced. It was some young youth right at the last days of school weekend. So they decided to practice their language skills and write some interesting language and draw some interesting pictures on our van. So
And it was parked in the parking lot.
it was parked in the parking lot between the library and the rec center. Yeah, but so we did have the police come and we did a little report and stuff like that, but we were able to clean it right up. But yeah, the van goes out. We go to all the farmers markets. We go to all the parades, Batiti, Powell, Cody. We're at the fair. During the summertime, we go to the state parks. We have a relationship with the state parks, and we go to Buffalo Bill State Park and take the van there. We go to Pahaska up there during the summertime.
Clark.
Yeah, we do BB Cow for their Winter Fest event here. Oh my goodness, trying to think of all the different places. I actually even wrote it down, trying to remember it. Yeah, Home and Garden Show, Garage Ram and Powell. We go to Clark.
Is it just to promote awareness of the library, or are you doing like reading type
Everything.
activities?
So,
with it?
and we go to preschools and senior centers and things like that. Basically, it's kind of our outreach van. So we have books that we give away. We do crafts, we have seeds. So we kind of just everything that we kind of do in the library, we're able to take it and do it kind of on a small scale and
Nice.
adapt it to wherever we're going. So the farmer's market, we usually just park the van there. We give away our seeds and just kind of brochures and entice people to remind them, come visit the library. This is what we do for you. We'll go to we've done the Alzheimer walk and we've done the Beck Lake Walk Challenge. We'll have games set up and we have puzzles that we give away. So it's a lot of just reminding people about what the library offers and what it does.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah. So my next I'm working on the foundation to eventually get a bookmobile. So where we actually be able to have a traveling library that goes and you can check out books and everything and take it throughout the county. So, but that'll be a few years of work.
Might get a Tesla.
Yeah.
Drive itself.
Oh,
I'm joking.
yeah.
Hey, if he wants to buy us one, I'll take it.
Anything else for Karen? No, we appreciate the update and the work.
Yeah, thank you for letting me come and give it. And then, of course, our reports will have it online and social media and then available at the library. So great. Well, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Did you out there in the snow?
Yeah.
We wrapped that cyber truck in matte black.
It's gonna be.
And we've been telling Sam, we're gonna tell everybody that Elon's buying that antler. And I told Dave, you need to get the license plate Elon 1.
Oh,
Drive that
geez.
up and down the road.
You might have holes in it by the time it's over.
I seen a blue one at that yesterday.
Really?
Yeah, it looked like it had out of state plates or something though.
For the trade fair? I don't know.
Cause they only come in.
Do you have to stay for the whole day at that trade fair or can you come and?
No, it's just pop in and out. It's free. We'll have some swag. Yeah, it'll be fun.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can just pop in and out.
And then certain individuals will get programs at certain times or is that?
I think it's just gonna be ongoing, like the whole time. There'll be demonstrations. I know a lot of the large equipment that be like actually doing stuff with the large equipment and stuff like that. So it'll be going on throughout the whole day.
Perfect. Oh,
Yeah,
that's nice.
it'll be lots of fun.
Thanks.
Alrighty. Bye.
Next thing on our agenda is review registered nonprofits fee schedule. As we know, this came up of a nonprofit or two that have talked about doing an SUP and the fees that are associated with that. And then doing an SUP for a fundraiser, it seems as though maybe the fees a little bit high for not knowing whether they'll even make any funds or not. So we had a discussion and we talked about what we do at the fairgrounds as far as rentals. And in visiting with our events coordinator at the fairgrounds, if they have a rental for a fundraiser and they are a registered nonprofit with the state of Wyoming, their rental fee is half of the normal rental fee. They don't get it for nothing, but they pay half of the rental fee if they're a registered nonprofit to the state of Wyoming. So we've had that discussion, brought it to all of you to see if you wanted to do the same type of thing with the fees for the SUPs, that type of.
I would.
Yeah.
Like to see.
I think like I'm not gonna get these fees exactly right, because I don't have the fee schedule in front of me, but I think an SUP is like $350, so we'd be doing half of that for an SUP for a registered nonprofit.
Madam Chair, my only concern is there's so many nonprofits out there. That some are good and some not so good. I'm concerned of giving a break to ones that don't deserve it. I mean, I
Well,
and I
yes.
know that it sounds political, but I don't I'd almost like to see if they are really in need. I know nobody here likes the word variance, but come before us and we can discuss individual
And then it costs them,
issues. Pardon?
then it costs them to do the advertising and the public hearings. I mean, you're putting
I
it.
guess another thing, Lloyd, to think about is what you feel is not a good nonprofit, so Bell's might think is well worth it. So we're, like what you may think is not a good nonprofit, I might think it's very good.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think it just leads for too much interpretation, and yeah, you're right, there's a lot of shady outfits out there, for sure.
Well, and that's why I mentioned registered with the state of Wyoming. I don't think we want somebody to just say, well, I'm in this group and we're nonprofit. That's not what I'm getting at. I'm getting at registered with the state of Wyoming. So that gives them a little bit more credibility as far as I'm concerned, to draw a line between where we would and wouldn't do it.
So what does it take, Madam Chair, to be I don't even know what they call it, a 501c3? What specifically is that? Is that something that has to be registered through the state, or is
Yes.
that through the federal IRS?
501c3, well, it may be both, but I know it at least has to be through the state of Wyoming for a 501c3, and it may be through the feds. I don't remember. I know that Sleeping Giant, I think, had to go through that. I'm trying to think if there's another one that was involved in. that had to
Madam
do
Chair,
all
I'm
the
thinking back,
paperwork.
on the ARPS fund, I mean, they had to be a specific 501c3, they couldn't be a C2 or whatever.
Right, because it's a different criteria for taxation. The 501c3 is definitely nonprofit, but the other numbers may have a criteria in there.
And that's what I guess where my question would lie is, if they have the different classifications, should we?
We use 501c3, I believe, at the fairgrounds. I think that's the only one I remember talking about was 501c3. I could have to clarify that with Billy.
So would that be supportive if they were a 501c3
Yeah,
versus
and I
just
just got to
anybody?
thinking about this, is this something we need to know by score? Is there
Thought I
gonna be some
already-
dis-
I thought I did, but because we do it with the fairgrounds, maybe I'm thinking we did it for there.
My question is, I'm gonna come in and say, you're holding it against me because I'm not, or I wonder if there's gonna be an issue where, where somebody come in and yell discrimination, or, I mean,
Not if they're registered. They all have the ability to register with the state.
right.
I mean, whether they jump through those hoops or not is up to them. But I don't want to do it for everybody that walks in the door and just says, I'm a nonprofit
Oh,
and I
no,
want to
no, I
do this
agree.
thing for the fundraiser, but we can check.
I
can
just,
check with Mr.
there's
Squire.
probably nothing wrong with it, but I just want his opinion on it.
Okay, that's fine. We can add it to the list.
Madam Chair.
Mhm.
So I have the fee schedule with me. I'm sorry, I missed the beginning of your conversation. Whatever decision you decide to make, if you do decide to amend, I would want clarification. Are we only editing Exhibit E, which is the Planning and Zoning Department fee schedule, or are you in some way affecting other potential fees? Because what you had discussed previously was nonprofit entity fundraising events specifically. And I don't know if that is just impacted in my office or others.
The events department already does a 50%.
That's right.
On
Okay.
those same scenarios.
So it may just be
May
Exhibit
just
E.
be for yours.
Okay.
At least that's the only discussion that I've had with it. is that I get what the fairgrounds does. Now, if a nonprofit just wants to host a big party or something, they do not get that break. It's only if it's a fundraising scenario.
Right.
So we can check. We
So,
don't have to-
Madam Chair, so Commissioner Teal, am I understanding you right? You're saying they could just be a nonprofit registered with the state, the Secretary of State, or they could be a 501c3.
I don't know what the difference is. That's where I would like clarification as to, can anybody call themselves nonprofit and be registered? I just know that when we had specific COVID funds, they had to go to a 501c3 for some reason. I don't know what the difference in different classifications are. That's what I would like to know.
Okay.
And if we can narrow it down to a specific 501c3, or if they all apply,
Okay,
what,
there may
how
be
many
two numbers
different
there, but okay,
classifications are there?
okay.
Yeah, and
501c3.
the current,
Yeah, it says, however, with a tax exempt certification from the IRS, a 501c3 has a tax exempt certification from the IRS. And they must pay corporate tax to the federal government. So it's, I don't think all nonprofits have to register as a 501c3 according to what I'm reading on the Secretary of State's office. So you want it to be more specific than just nonprofit.
I would like to know what, at least what the
Yeah.
difference is between them, yes.
Okay.
And if there is some, if we can avoid some that are just using it for personal gain, I don't
Okay.
think they should be cut the break.
We can find out some more. Try to put that back on the agenda first part of March. Try to get some homework done between now and then.
We have a request, Madam Chair, now.
We do. We have one on the books that's wanting to host one this summer. That's what brought it to my attention. So we can check. I don't know
when does that mean?
They're just proceeding with P and Z Commission.
So they've got a little.
Well, there's time.
Okay.
We just haven't taken any pay. I mean, they provided us payment. We just haven't like actually done anything with it.
Okay. All right. Wait, and see, we'll find out tomorrow. Okay. Okay. Oh, thanks. The next thing on our agenda, and Kelly, I guess I'm gonna ask you on this, but we have a request from the state of Wyoming for a 5-year term lease on the Public Defender's Office. And as you can see in the material that we received, they rent multiple offices from us throughout the year up at the complex. And they want to do 5 instead of a normal every 1 year. The other thing that I do not see in this document, Kelly, and I don't know that I didn't catch it till last night, but I do not see our annual 2% increase.
It's calculated in their fee schedule. But if we need to add that in the language, we can.
You're saying that this chart that they put for payment schedule that went from 16,151.21 to 16,533.77 is the 2% change. Okay.
Adds that 2.4 and
Two-
that's
okay.
my numbers and her numbers. So it is accounted in there, but if
Okay.
you want it in the language.
No, that's fine. It isn't in the language, and that's why I wondered if we were
Yeah.
changing anything, because I think on a lot of the others, we see it in the language that it's
Yeah.
automatic. Okay. Okay, so what they're asking for is that we go for a 5-year instead of 2-year. I think just somewhat out of convenience for them not having to redo the paperwork every 2 years. Because it is quite lengthy to get all of this done and the signatures that are required on the bottom of it, because it is state dollars. It is cumbersome. But this would take into account that if we do this and we stay with the 2.4, it works out just fine. If we were to change something in a year or two on rental factors, this is not going to change because it'll be this until they want to re-up. So it would be wait for a 5-year change.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And when we go through the vouchers, so I need you to explain that to me. They bill us $400 a month. What is that for?
They bill us?
Yep. Tim Blatt, I forget who the others are.
Those aren't the ones that are renting from us. Those are the ones that, those are probation. No, not
Oh,
probation.
okay.
No,
Well, Blatt's with the.
Isn't he the public defender?
Public Defender's Office,
Yeah.
right, which is what these are. Aren't they? Because this doesn't cover,
And Dossie, that fee schedule of 2.4% is going on the last annual
Yeah, it does say the office of the public
lease
defender.
square footage.
I don't know, Madam Chair, I don't know that I'm comfortable with doing it for 5 years.
to you all, that's why it's on the agenda. Is we don't normally do that. We normally do a year at a time, just because we don't know.
I mean, personally, I would feel okay doing like a 2-year, but
Madam Chair,
Mhm.
Commissioner Stewart, what part, just the fact that the prices could increase more for others and not, then we wouldn't have the ability to change this?
no, it's just the being locked in for 5 years into something like that.
And the only, Madam Chair, out clause I saw was a force majeure, which, right, is there another?
There's a termination clause in the bottom of page 9.
Page 9. For cause.
I'm trying to figure out is Colleen's question, because I know that these offices are rented by or for the officers, yet we do have 3 attorney offices that we pay that $400 a month to for for instance, Mr. Blatt.
We're paying them.
Yeah.
Question, because I've never understood why we pay them $400 a month. Is that because the state requires that?
That would be a squirt question because it may be something to do with the courts that we got it.
That's what I want.
I think that's probably a Brian question. He would
Okay.
know.
Okay. So when is their lease effective? I guess I could look on the dates here. Kelly, do you remember when their lease is up?
July.
Yeah, it's
Is
a
it?
ways out.
Okay.
I don't remember
So we got
exactly,
time.
But we've got time.
Okay, let's get the answers to a couple questions first then. Okay. We can do that.
So Madam Chair, all of our other rentals over there are year to year. No exceptions to anybody else.
That I'm aware of, library, but we don't do a lease with them. They're
No.
just there. But everybody else, DFS is a year at a time. I think we just did theirs.
No, there's some that are longer.
They're longer? Like what?
I think DFS is one of them, but there's,
Do you know what the DFS signature is? Because it'd be the same state of Wyoming. Can you look at DFS's contract and see how long it is?
there was one you guys approved when Molly was here in November.
For 3 years, isn't it?
Then there was another one that was renewing that was already a long-term lease, and I'll look up which one that was.
Okay.
Because it went to Brian.
Didn't the 3-year one want to do some renovation? Wasn't there one that?
Well, the Cody Conservation area, that one was getting reworked, but I can't think of who the renter was that was behind them, because they were building a new wall. Okay, we'll do some checking.
I'll look into that.
Do we need to table this or just?
It's just, there is no action on it yet. Okay. That concludes what we had listed on the agenda for items for us to review today, with the exception of an executive session.
Madam Chair, I'd move, we adjourn the public meeting and move into executive session for Wyoming statute 16-4-405.
Second.
What now?
We're going into executive session.
Oh, yeah. but we're
She
not
didn't mean
adjourning.
adjourn. She just. meant-
Adjourn the public meeting and then move into executive session. Do we have more after
Yeah,
We
we
have to
could.
come out
We
of
could.
executive before we can adjourn.
the actual meeting? Okay, so I'll rescind that motion and I will make, I'll rescind that motion. I thought we were done meeting after this. We'll rescind that motion and then I'll just motion that we move into executive session pursuant to that statute.
Do you mind if I don't put all that wording in?
Yeah. Have a motion and a second for executive session. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, with that, we are out of executive session. So I ask, is there any other business to come before the board today? Hearing none?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to adjourn.
Second. I'm gonna vote against it though.
Oh, geez. I have a motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Should both vote against it.
You can sit here. Well, thank you. We'll.
So
get to
then
our work done.
what's February 25th?